All right, guys, it is a new week and we are on to a new topic. For all of you guys who are still sticking with me, a big pat on the back because we are now going to do more and more exciting things as we learn more and as we go along. So today I'm going to talk about Bootstrap, and this is what's called a front-end library. Now, you'll hear these words quite often: front-end, back-end, interface. What does it all mean? So this cartoon, it's one of the ways that best represents this concept. So the front end is basically what the user sees. It's the beautiful mermaid, it's the face of your website or your mobile app. Now the back end tends to reside on the server and is basically behind the scenes sort of business logic of how your website or how your app is going to work. So things that it has to do. So this is where you code a lot of the functionality of the website or the app. So you've got your websites and your apps that can be designed to have a beautiful user interface and, things like animations or buttons or basically whatever the user sees is the front end. Now in the back, you've got the server, you've got the databases, probably, less exciting, less pretty, but nonetheless, it's a really, really important part of any website or app because it's going to determine how everything is going to work. These two parts will need to talk to each other in order for data to be delivered. So for example, if you're Airbnb, then in the back end, you've got your listings, you can search and query for them, and then you can deliver them to the front end, say the website or the app. Now, this division is the front end, back end division. And usually you'll see different languages being used for the front end and the back end. So on the front, we'll be using things like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and this is a lot of the stuff that you see in web design. Now on the back end, you have slightly more powerful languages like C#, Ruby, PHP, Java, Node.js, or SQL if you're dealing with databases. And this is what will enable your web apps. And it will give your website functionality, business logic, data storage, and a whole bunch of really exciting things that we're going to explore later on in the course. Now, Bootstrap is very firmly on the front end. It's a bunch of code that was written to be reusable that you can drop into your site, and it'll make designing the website much, much easier for you. Now, Bootstrap was originally developed by Twitter in order to try and get more consistency across websites that they design. But since then, they've made it free and open source. So that means you can see all of the source code on GitHub. And in fact, if you go there, you'll notice that it has a whopping 122,000 stars. And it's in fact the second most starred repository on all of GitHub. So that just shows you how popular it is. And this is definitely the most popular front-end framework or library that you will ever come across. Now, what does it allow you to do? Well, one of the most important things is that as the number of users are moving away from desktop towards mobile, a lot of websites need to be responsive. Now, this is probably not the best term for what this means because when people think responsive, they think, oh, it has to be fast or, it has to load up immediately. But actually, that's not what responsive is at all. Responsive just means that it responds to the viewport. So that means if you're looking at the same website on mobile or on iPad or on desktop, it should have a different layout to be able to best take advantage of the size of the screen real estate. So I think a better word would almost be something like adaptable layout. So your website changes its design depending on where it's being displayed. And Bootstrap makes this super, super easy, as we'll see in the coming lessons. Now, the other really awesome thing about Bootstrap is that you get access to a whole bunch of pre-styled elements that you can simply just drop into your code with very, very minimal effort. So let me show you how it works. Now, remember how in the last module, in order to create a button that was styled and it had a hover state and it looked generally nice, we had to go to CSS button generator and put in the requirements that we needed. And it generated a whole bunch of CSS code that either we had to write or we had to find somewhere like CSS button generator where it would generate this code for you. What about things that are not buttons? What if you wanted a slider or a navigation bar? Then, if there isn't a generator out there, then you would have to write all of this code yourself. Now, if we copy this code and we go over to CodePlay, and the reason why we're using CodePlay rather than CodePen is because they are a playground that allows you to include these frameworks, for example, Bootstrap and a number of other ones. So let's go ahead and create a new playground on here. And I'm going to go into the settings and I'm going to remove the Bootstrap framework. So we have no frameworks. And then I'm going to create a button as we did before. And we're going to give it a class of BTN to match what we had over here as the selector. And then I'm going to give our button, maybe let's call it Hello World. And let's go ahead and run, and then you'll see there's our button. This is plain HTML button. It looks pretty boring and pretty bland. And in order to make it look a bit nicer, we had to add all of this code in order to make it look like this and have a hover state. Now, I want to show you what you can do with Bootstrap. You don't need any of this. You don't have to write your own CSS code, or you don't have to find it somewhere and paste in snippets. All you have to do is add in the Bootstrap framework, and we're going to be working with the latest version of Bootstrap, so Bootstrap 4, throughout this course. So it's been a long time coming, and it was only really released in January 2018. So this is a fantastic time to start learning Bootstrap because you'll be working with the latest version and the gold standard. So, if you've learned Bootstrap before, or if you have websites created using earlier versions, even Bootstrap 3 or even some of the alphas, there's been a lot of changes, and it's great that we're starting with the proper official version of Bootstrap 4.0. So now that we've selected our framework, let's go ahead and hit save. And now what we can do is we can add some classes that are predefined by Bootstrap to start styling our button. So for example, we can say that this is a button and it's going to be a button primary. Now, if I run that code, you'll see that Bootstrap has generated this button for me with no CSS code on my part. All I needed to do was add in 3 words in order to activate those selectors so that I can get this style. And you can see that it's beautifully rounded in its corners, and it's got a hover state, and it just generally looks really, really nice with very, very minimal effort. So we can do other things as well. So for example, if I didn't want the blue one, then I can say button dark, and this will give me a nice black colored button. Now there's a whole bunch of other types of buttons. For example, button outline dark, which gives me a outline button, and when I hover it, it becomes filled. I can make it bigger by just saying button large, and that gets me a larger button. So let me show you how Bootstrap works. Now, in order to do that, we can go over to the Bootstrap website, which is getbootstrap.com, and you'll see that we've got version 4.0 selected in the top right corner. And I want you to just go ahead and download the source code for Bootstrap. And once you've done that, you should have a folder called Bootstrap 4.0 or 4.1 or whatever it may be. As long as it's got the 4 in front, then we are good to go. Now, once you open that file, you should see that there's a folder called dist, and inside here there's a folder called CSS. Now, we're going to go into the bootstrap.css, which is the main CSS file, and you're going to open it up inside Atom. Now, if you scroll through this code, you can see that it's got a whole bunch of predefined styles for our HTML elements. For example, the body or the horizontal rule or the H1 through to H6. And this isn't new for us. We've seen that inside the browser, we've got this thing called user agent style sheet, which is the CSS that gets applied to our websites by the browser. Now, in addition to that, if you include Bootstrap on your website, then it will change the style of your elements. So if you use a horizontal rule while using Bootstrap, then it will look like this, and it will override some of those browser-based styles. But more importantly to how Bootstrap works is that it's got a whole bunch of classes that they have styled and specified code for. So that means that if you add a particular class name, then it will automatically style it in the way that has been specified by the Bootstrap code. So let's see that in action. I want to show you one of the components that you see a lot on Bootstrap websites, and this is the Jumbotron. This is basically just a header for your website, and you can see that they've already specified styles, for example, the padding, the margin, the background color, the border radius, and all we need to do is just go into our code and add this class. So I'm going to delete the button class, and I'm going to create a div that has a class called Jumbotron. And inside this div, I'm just going to create a h1 that says hello world, because remember that divs have no dimension themselves unless they have some content. So let's hit run, and you can see that we've got this brilliant Jumbotron that is going to occupy. And I can pop this out to show you what the website would look like as it is. So you've got this header, which is the Jumbotron, and you've got your H1, which has been styled by Bootstrap to have a different font and different size from what you would normally see if you just had HTML. And all I need to do to get all of this was just to include the class Jumbotron. Now, if you have a look on Bootstrap and you go into the documentation and look through its components, you'll find that there is the Jumbotron, and they tell you exactly how you can use this particular class to get something that looks like this or like this, just by including some of their pre-specified classes. So if you wanted to recreate this design here, then you could just copy their code snippet and paste it into here. And because we've already got Bootstrap installed on this playground, then if we just hit run, and we can pop this out, you can see that you've got this enabled on your website, and that was literally zero effort. So if you liked this particular format, then you could just go in here and change the text and change the background color, for example, and you would already have a pretty nicely styled website. Now that's not all. If you go into Bootstrap and you go to examples, you can see that they've created more extensive components using Bootstrap. For example, if you ever wanted the Apple website designed, then you can simply look at their product example. And in fact, if you go into that download that you had previously for Bootstrap 4.0 and you go into docs and you go into 4.0 or 4.1 or whatever your version may be, then you go into examples, then you can see it's got all of the examples that they show here. For example, pricing, checkout, product, album. And if you open up index.html, you can see that this is what the site looks like. And you can view all of the code that was required to create this inside Atom. So this is the HTML that they wrote, and this is some custom CSS that modifies the Bootstrap and customizes it a little bit. So say if this is the website that you wanted to make, so say you wanted to make a company that was an Apple ripoff like Grapple, then you could make this website by simply copying this product.css and index.html files and then modifying the text. So for example, this is the H1. You could just change it to whatever you want to call it for your website, Grapple. And now if you refresh, here's your website. So you can modify a lot of these examples very easily, or you can simply add these components by copying the code into your website. But instead of just modifying these examples, let's take it step by step so that we really understand what we're doing. And I want to show you exactly how Bootstrap works so that you can not just, rip off these designs, but you'll be able to design any sort of layout or design that you want by fully understanding this framework. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to know how we can install Bootstrap onto our websites when we're not using something that's preloaded up like on CodePlay. So in the next lesson, we'll be showing you all the different ways how you can install Bootstrap onto your own websites. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in the last lesson, we spoke about all the amazing things that you can do with Bootstrap and how generally awesome it is. So in this lesson, I want to show you how exactly do you get access to this awesome library? How do you install it into your website projects? So to do that, let's head into Atom and let's add our web development project folder in here so that we can create a new folder called Bootstrap Installation. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.html. Now that we have this new website, we can go ahead and create the HTML boilerplate and give our website a title, Bootstrap installation. And under the title, which is usually where we put in our links that linked to our style sheets, for example, this is where we can add the Bootstrap framework. So if you head over to getbootstrap.com, you can see that they've got a whole page that's dedicated to how you can install Bootstrap. And it's super, super easy. So the simplest way is just to copy the Bootstrap CDN and paste it into here. And all that this does is that when your browser reads through this code to try and load up the website, once it gets to this line, it goes over to this URL and downloads the Bootstrap files if the user doesn't already have it cached on their browser. So I just want to quickly explain firstly what a CDN is. So CDN stands for Content Delivery Network, and the concept is really simple. So do you remember how previously we looked at how the internet is delivered through all of these submarine cables, right? So for example, if the server for my website is in the US, say in the West Coast, and I try to access my website from the UK, then I would probably need to go through one of these transatlantic cables, and then there'll be some more wires that goes across the land, and that request reaches my server over here. And then once that request is received, then it has to send back all of those files, the HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript, back through all of those routes and back to me, to my browser, so that it can be displayed on my website. Now, as you can imagine, if that is the only location where your website exists, then that's quite a long route to travel. And even though these are pretty fast cables, it still generates a delay of, maybe a few milliseconds, or if there's a lot of data that I need to fetch over, like images or videos, then it might be a delay of a few seconds. And I don't know about you, but I generally don't wait for a website to load beyond maybe like 2 seconds, at which point I presume, it's probably down or there's probably some problems. So this is where a content delivery network comes in. So instead of hosting your website just in a single location, say over here, you actually have a whole bunch of points where that website can be accessed. So that means that if my request starts off from the UK, then it will look for the location that is of the shortest distance to get that website delivered. And that dramatically cuts down on the latency or how long it takes for your website to load up. And in terms of Bootstrap, they've hosted their Bootstrap CSS files on Max CDN, which has a whole number of routing points across the world. So that means when your users are trying to load up your website that's using Bootstrap, then it can access it relatively quickly, no matter where in the world they are. So that's a quick lowdown on CDNs. And that means that when your browser reaches this link, it'll look for the shortest route to download this CSS file if the user doesn't already have it. Now, because Bootstrap is one of the most popular frameworks that a lot of modern websites will have, then it's very, very likely that your users will have already downloaded this CSS file because they've loaded up a website that uses the same file. And when that happens, your browser actually caches it, so it saves the local copy so that you don't have to download it every single time. And that's one of the other advantages of working with Bootstrap. Because it's so common, because it's so popular, your users will probably already have this file on their browser cached, then it will again cut down on the latency. So now this is one way of installing Bootstrap onto our website. And now if I go ahead and add a H1, for example, then you'll see that it gets styled using the Bootstrap framework. So let's copy the full path, go to our browser and paste this in. You can see that this font is different. So say if I go ahead and comment this out, So I'm going to highlight this line and select Command / or Control / on Windows, hit save, and we go back over here and we refresh. Then you can see this is our default HTML styling, which is this serif font that looks kind of ugly. But with Bootstrap, it looks a little bit nicer. Now, the other way that you can add Bootstrap to your website, especially if you're creating a website from scratch, is to just copy and use their starter template. You can see that it's got the HTML5 declaration, it's got all of the things that you normally need in your website, the character set, the Bootstrap CSS, it's got a title already added for you, the body, an H1 which you can delete if you don't need, and then at the bottom it's got some Bootstrap JavaScript and jQuery. Now, we're going to be learning about JavaScript and jQuery in the next modules, but for some of the components in Bootstrap to work, they actually need some JavaScript. So for example, if something has to change in appearance on your website, so for example like a drop-down menu, then this actually needs a little bit more code than just HTML CSS, because this is kind of a functionality, right? And that's what this JavaScript and jQuery is going to help achieve. So if you wanted the complete set, and for everything that you'll implement in Bootstrap to work, then the easiest way is just to simply paste in the starter template, and now you will have everything that you need in order to start using Bootstrap. Now, the third way of installing Bootstrap is to simply download the CSS and JavaScript source code so that you can include it into your website. So instead of pointing to a URL on the internet, you can point to a relative URL that will be included with your website. So for example, you might say, go into this CSS folder and find bootstrap.css. And this is what I want to use for my website instead. Now, the downside to this is that this negates any sort of caching that a user will have. Because this is a completely separate file, the browsers will not recognize this and will not know that it's already been downloaded and already been cached. So it will have to download all of these files when it tries to load up your website, which leads to possibly a little bit more latency. So throughout this course, we'll be working with the easiest way of using Bootstrap, which is simply to get it through the CDN. And usually I tend to advise, just when you're starting out creating the websites using Bootstrap, is just to load up the example code. And this means that you'll have everything in there ready to go, and it was only one copy and paste away. So that's my recommendation, but of course it's completely up to you how you decide to do it. In the next lesson, we're going to look closer at how we can design our website and start replicating the designs using Bootstrap. So I'll see you there. Now, we've seen how to install Bootstrap and what it can do, but before jumping headfirst into designing our website, the first thing I want to talk about is what the workflow of a web designer might look like. And a lot of times, if you're working as a web designer, one of the first things that you will do before touching any code, any CSS, or even creating your HTML structure, the first thing that you need to do is to wireframe. Now, wireframes are a low fidelity representation of your design. So it's meant to be done with a pencil, a piece of paper, and it's meant to be really quick. The idea is that, say if you're an architect and you wanted to build a house, you wouldn't go ahead and just build the house straight away, right? You might then discover that, oh, actually I created the roof that's too big for this room, or the windows are too big for the wall, and you end up with a whole bunch of problems that's going to be very, very costly and time consuming to fix later on. And this is exactly the same with websites. Before you write down any code, you want to be able to get buy-in on your designs and be able to iterate through your design process. So you might want to create one version using your wireframe, see if other people like it. If you're working for somebody, that will be your boss. If you're not working for anybody, then it might be friends or colleagues. But essentially, you want to be able to settle on a design before you go ahead and implement it. And that's what wireframing is perfect for. Now, it's meant to be low fidelity, so it's meant to look really, really simple, and it shouldn't take you too long to produce. Now, the opposite of this is what's called a mock-up. Now, a mock-up is meant to be a high fidelity representation of your app or your website's design. And it's almost like you've gone into the future, you've taken a screenshot of what it looks like while it's in action, and you've brought it back into the present to try and show people what it looks like. Now, the great thing about mock-ups is that they are really pretty much what you see is what you're going to end up getting. And if you are getting somebody else to create your website, then it's nice to have a mock-up to show them exactly how you want it to look. Now, the problem with this is that if this is the first thing you start messing around with, you end up getting really stuck on choosing the colors or the icons or which images to include in the mock-up, and it really bogs you down. So the classic workflow is to start off by looking at other people's websites, which will give you a good idea about the layout and the structure, and then looking at some UI patterns. So going to a website like ui-patterns.com and looking at their design patterns. And you think about, the problems that you're actually trying to solve as you're designing your website. So for example, if you needed to have a carousel or basically a slideshow, because the user needs to browse through a set of items and possibly select one of them, then you can see some of the examples that they've picked up, for example, from Amazon or from other places, and look at, the solution and the rationale. And this is a really, really good website for understanding how other people have solved problems using web design and to be inspired for your own designs. Then the next step is to create a simple sketched wireframe for planning the layout and seeing where everything is going to be. Then the optional next step is to create a mock-up. So to go into the Sketch app or use something like Photoshop or Illustrator to create really sort of photorealistic versions of your future website. And finally, if you really, really wanted to go the extra mile, then you can actually create what's called a prototype. So an animated version of your website that really shows off what exactly it's going to look like. Now, a really good resource for looking for inspiration on all of these fronts is a website called Dribbble, which is a place where designers put up their portfolios. So, for example, if you just search for something like website, you can come across some really, really beautiful designs that people have created as a part of their job. And also there's prototypes and there's a whole bunch of animations, and it's just a really, really nice place to get inspiration. And a really cool thing about Dribbble is that you can even search Dribbble by color. So you can specify a tone that you quite like, and you can narrow down all of the designs by that particular shade. So this is a really, really cool place where you can get lost for hours and hours, and it's a fantastic starting point to get inspiration for your web design. So let's do the same for our website. Let's start off by creating a wireframe. So how would you go about doing this? So in order to create wireframes, the easiest thing that I tend to recommend is just to use pencil and a piece of paper. Now, if you want, there's a website called Sneak Peek It, and they have these beautiful templates that you can download and print out for browsers or for mobile or for tablets. And you can start drawing on these printouts in order to wireframe your website. And they're free to download. And once you click on download, you get a zip file which you can open up and print out and start wireframing. Now, if you want to be a little bit more advanced in wireframing, then pretty much the industry standard tool is Balsamiq. And I've been using this for a number of years, and it's really, really nice. It's quick, it's really, really easy, and the best part is that it's really collaborative. You can share your designs with, say, somebody who commissioned you to design the website, or you can share it with friends and family or your colleagues, and they can add notes and add comments or change the designs as they need. So it's really, really cool. So we're going to create a wireframe for our upcoming website for our startup so that we know exactly what we need to do when we start coding. So go ahead and either sign up for a free 30-day trial if you want to use Balsamiq, or if you don't, then just go ahead and download and print out some of these wireframe sheets so that you can follow along with me. So I'm just going to log in and I'm going to create a new project. So this is my new project and this is my new wireframe, which is what I'm going to edit. So I'll click on that to open up my canvas. And it's pretty easy to get going. I can just hold down R and start creating a box. I can change the box from rectangle to maybe a browser window. And now I've got a lovely browser window that I'm going to start designing. So on my website, I would first like to have maybe a header section. So let's create a rectangle up here. And this header section is going to have a nice bright color. And then here I'm also going to have maybe a mobile phone, maybe over here somewhere, down here. So let's change that to a phone, iPhone maybe. Looks good. So we'll use that to show off our app that our startup is developing. So we can put that on the right over here. And then maybe I'll have a section that's maybe some menus over here. So let's just go ahead and search for a link bar. So here's our link bar, and we can put it up here on the right. And then maybe we want the link bar to be a little bit more in, so that they're aligned on the right. And on the left, maybe I'll add a brand, so maybe like the logo for my company. So I'll just hold down Y and create a large text that maybe looks a little bit like the logo. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then down here, maybe I'll have a little bit more text, so like a large sort of telling people what my app is all about. Over here, let's make that maybe left aligned, maybe make that all aligned together. And then finally at the bottom, I probably will want to have some buttons. So let's look for a button and drop it down here. Maybe one will be download on Android, the other one could be download on iOS, and let's use their guidelines to put that in. So that's the top of our page, and we can just keep extending this browser by dragging it down and start designing the next parts of our page. So maybe we would have some images down here that shows off our features. So let's just go ahead and add some of those images in. So we can change our rectangle to an image, and we can copy and paste a number of these into the website. And then we'd probably need a little bit of explainer text underneath. So I'm just going to hold down T and start dragging. Maybe we would need like 2 lines, something like that. And then we can copy that as well and get a few of these for each of our images. And this would basically show off the features of our website. And basically you will just continue designing your website until you're happy with how it looks. So you can search through here for whatever you need, like buttons or images or menus, or you can just navigate through these little different tabs to see what it is that you need. And I want you to create a wireframe for your ideal startup website, so that in the future, if you create a website, you'll know how to wireframe it, so that you have a guide as to how you should design up your website when you start coding it up. So I'm going to do the classic thing where I show you, here's one that I made earlier, and this is the mock-up for our Tin Dog project. And basically I've split it into sections so that we've got maybe a header section, a features page, maybe some testimonials, maybe some press that we've had for our startup, pricing table, another call to action at the bottom to try and get people to download it, and finally you've got your social icons, etc. And this took me maybe about 10 minutes to create. So it's very, very quick, and it's meant to be rough and ready to show you the layouts. We don't want to focus too much on the sort of mock-up side of things where we get everything looking pixel perfect, because we're going to do that anyways later on when we create our website. Now, if you want, you can create your wireframes in Balsamiq. Alternatively, if you don't want to give them your email, then you can just print out the templates from SneakPeek and draw it by hand as well. So if you have designed anything particularly fantastic, I want to see it in the Q&A section so that we can judge who has the best designs for this theoretical startup that you're going to make. And points are awarded for not only great web design, but also for how crazy your startup ideas can be. So pause the video and give this challenge a go. Now, in the next lesson, we're actually going to go about implementing all of this design using Bootstrap by hooking it up with various components. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. So now that we've designed our wireframes and we're happy with the layout and the structure of our website, then it's time to turn this design into the real thing. And in this module, we're going to be focusing on how we can recreate this design by using a lot of the features and components in Bootstrap. And through building this website, I'm going to show you all of the cool features of Bootstrap and how you can customize it and change it to your needs. So in the coming lessons, we're going to be recreating this entire page and its design using Bootstrap. So the first thing I want to tackle is this navigation bar up here. So I want to put in a nav bar at the top where we have links to the different sections of our website. So that, for example, if I clicked on a company or something, it would scroll down to that section where it's relevant to. And this is usually the navigation that you see in these single page landing pages. And in order to put in that navigation bar, we're going to be using Bootstrap. Now, because Bootstrap is a library, which means that it contains reusable bits of code that we want to put into our project. Now, sometimes with libraries, you might have written them yourself. So, for example, if you particularly liked a button that you created in CSS, then you might want to reuse that bit of code by putting it into a separate file and dropping it into your project when you want to use it. Now, because this library is created by a third party, so it's somebody that we don't know, it was originally made by the team at Twitter, but since then it's had a large number of contributors, and you can actually take a look at their core team as well as how many people contributed to this library. But the point is that in order to use this library that somebody else created, then we need to look at the documentation and we need to see what are the guidelines and what are the rules that we need to know about in order to use their components and their features. So the first thing that we're going to do is head over to documentation and we're going to go over to components and you're going to navigate to navbar. And this is what we're going to add into our website, something that looks similar to this. And we're first going to create it and test it out in a CodePlay playground. So I'm going to create a brand new one. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is to change the Bootstrap version from 3.3 to 4.0, which is so that we're up to date with the latest version. Now, inside HTML5, there is an element called the nav element. And this is kind of similar to a div, but semantically, it's more clear what it is that you're creating and what it is that this section of code does. So that means if somebody else comes along and they see the nav section with the nav element, then they're going to know this is probably going to be the code that's related to the navigation bar. So if I run it right now, you'll see that nothing happens because similar to a div, if the nav doesn't have any content, it doesn't have any dimensions. So let's change that. Let's create a new unordered list inside which we're going to have a single list item. And this list item is going to be one of our menu icons. So maybe we'll want a contact link inside our navigation bar. So now if I run the code, you can see I've just got a single bullet point that says contact, and this looks nothing like a navigation bar yet. So we can start using the Bootstrap classes, and we're going to add those classes to our nav element, just as they've shown here in their documentation. So the first one that we're going to add is the nav bar. And if we have a look inside that bootstrap.css file that we downloaded earlier, and let's search for nav bar, then you can see that by adding that class, then we include all of these CSS rules and apply it to this navigation element. And you can see what it does is that it changes the position to relative, it makes the content justified, it adds a little bit of padding, and it also adds some alignment and further positioning rules. Now, in addition to that, we're going to apply some other styles to the other elements inside our code. So we're going to change the UL to have a class of navbar-nav, and the li is going to have a class of nav item. And you can see that this is all from the documentation here, where you can see that UL has that class navbar-nav and the li has the class nav item. And you can also check over here in the actual source code to see what applying each of these styles actually does. And now that we've done that, let's go ahead and hit run, and we can see that we've now got a completely different style based on those 3 different classes that we just added. Now, the text in our nav bar is probably going to be a link, right? We want to be able to click on it and to scroll to a particular section in our website. For example, contact, maybe we'll go down to the bottom where we've got icons for Twitter, Facebook, email, etc. So this can't just be plain text, and instead we should change it into an anchor tag. So let's create an anchor tag that has the class of nav link. And this will make our text look more like a link so that when I hover over it, it changes color, etc. So we've got the class and we need an href for this to be a valid anchor tag. And I'm just going to leave that empty. And finally, I'm just going to close off the tag and add a link text called contact. And now if I run the code, you'll see that Bootstrap has styled this completely differently, and that when I hover over it, it appears as a link by changing the color and also showing that little pointer. So we've managed to create a very simple navigation bar just by adding a few classes and following the structure that Bootstrap wants us to use. So let's go ahead and add a few more links. So I'm just going to copy these link items and paste 2 more in here. So let's say that the second one is pricing and the third link in our menu is just download. And now let's run our code. And you can see that the strange thing is that it's made our navigation bar vertical. So each navigation item is vertically stacked on top of each other. Now, that's not really what I designed it to be. I wanted it to be horizontal like this, and also like this. So in order to do that, we need a class called navbarExpand. And this will expand the navigation items depending on how large the screen is. So let me show you that by adding the code. So we're going to add navbarExpand and we're going to say large. So when I run this code, you'll see that in the current viewport, which is kind of the desktop size, so laptop or desktop, where you've got quite a lot of width, you can see that all the links are horizontally displayed next to each other. Now, when I go into a smaller size, say on iPad or on iPhone, then it stacks vertically so that it uses more of the real estate and it's easier to see. Now, as they specify here, you can change that, whether if it's large or medium or small, to specify at which point it should go into the vertical. So for example, if I change this to medium and I run, now you can see that on a desktop, on a laptop size, it is horizontal. Tablet size, it's still horizontal, but smartphone size, it goes into vertical. So you can change that by just changing the keyword here. So in my case, I'm going to stick to large because we're going to add a drop-down menu a little bit later on. Now, the next thing I want to show you is that our navbar is not very obvious at the moment. It just looks like I've got 3 links. I don't actually see any sort of bar. Well, you can add the style of the navbar to make it look something like this by simply adding a background. And we're going to use background light here. So let's add a background light class and hit run. And you can see now our navbar has this light background and it shows more clearly where the navbar is and where the rest of the content is. Now, in addition to that, you can change the actual style of the navbar so that it's not blue. And we can change the navbar to have a light style. Hit run, and you can see that this looks more similar to this because we're using the navbar light style of navbars as they showed in the documentation. Now, Bootstrap by default has a number of colors, and you can see it most obviously if you go into the buttons documentation and they show you all the names of the colors. So you've got primary, which is blue, and that kind of comes from the Twitter days where their primary color was always light blue color. Secondary is gray, success, danger, warning, info, light. So we can use any of these colors just by using those words. So for example, if I wanted the background to be red, then I can say background danger, hit run. You can see it turns red. Or if I wanted it to be yellow, then I can say background warning, hit run. And I can change them to all of these colors that you see here just by using their names. Now, in our case, I want to use a navbar dark and I want to change the background to dark as well. Now let's hit run, and you can see we've got this black background with a white-ish navbar. So that style comes from these two classes. Now, what if, like over here, I want to have a brand, say the name of my company or the logo. How can I implement that? Well, we can read through the documentation and you'll see that all we need to do is add a class called navbar brand. And it tells you that it can be applied to most elements, but an anchor tag is the best thing to apply it to. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. So outside of the unordered list, I'm going to add a new anchor tag, and it's going to have a class of navbar brand, and it's going to have an href of empty string, and then I'm going to close off that tag and call it Tin Dog after our brilliant company. So let's hit run, and you can see that we've now got the brand, which is styled slightly differently from the links to be able to differentiate it. And that and all of this styling and all of these components comes free from Bootstrap just by adding these classes in. So I hope you're getting the hang of this. So now that I've got all the items on my navbar, but if we take a look at our design, we wanted the brand to be on the left and we wanted all the links to be on the right. So there's a little bit of space between them. But in our case, they're all kind of huddled together and that doesn't look very nice. So how can we shift all of these links over to the right? Well, let's identify the container that holds all of these links. And it shouldn't be hard to see that that would be the unordered list. So that separates this group from the anchor tag, which is our navbar brand. Now, in order to move this unordered list over to the right, all we need to do, again, is to just add another class. And we're not going to need to write any CSS of our own to style this navbar. So what I want there to be a margin between these sets of links and our brand. So Bootstrap has a nice class called margin left ml-auto. And if I hit run, you'll see that what that class does is that it adds a margin to the left of this group of unordered list, and the auto means that it will add as much margin as it needs to in order to push this group right next to the edge of the screen. So this is looking a lot better and a lot closer to what we've got in our design here. Now there's just one thing that's not quite ideal. At the moment, when we go from laptop to tablet, our navigation bar changes into the vertical format. Now, wouldn't it be so much better if when it gets too small to show all of these three links, to simply have a drop-down menu where we can see all of these links rather than have them take up so much space in the navigation bar? Well, how would we do that? Let's take a look at the documentation on Bootstrap. So we can scroll or simply select the toggler. Now, what the toggler does is that if you watch as I reduce the size of this navigation bar, then you'll see that eventually it gets to a size where it's so small that it can't actually fit all of these links in the same line. Now, you could either make the text smaller or make it vertically stacked on top of each other as we've got at the moment. Or the more intelligent way is having this button show up, which is called a hamburger menu because it looks, or somebody once thought it looks like a hamburger. Personally, being a hamburger connoisseur, I think it looks nothing like a hamburger. There's only so many fights you can fight. So let's go ahead and click on that. And you can see it creates this drop-down menu where we can now view all of those links that are hidden. And this makes the design really, really clean and also makes the best use of the size of the screen. Because on a mobile phone, you probably don't want a bunch of tiny links bunched up in the same line. It'll be really, really hard to read. And instead, you want to have this nice drop-down menu. So how can we implement this in our code? Well, let's see what they did. They added a button, which is going to act as that hamburger menu button. And when you click on it, it's going to target something called navbar toggler demo 02, which you can see is this thing here. So they've created a div that contains everything that is collapsible and putting it inside that div. And they've given it the class of collapse navbar collapse and given it an ID that can be targeted by this button. Now, let's see if we can do the same thing in our code. So I'm just going to straight up copy this button over to here, and I'm going to put that just below our nav element. And the next thing I want to do is create that div. Now, the location where you create the div is really, really important. So first, I'm going to show you what it looks like when I create the div here, and I'm going to surround the brand as well as all of our links. So the div is going to have a class of collapse, navbar collapse. Now, sometimes you realize that Bootstrap really could have made their class naming a little bit more succinct. You end up writing a lot of navbar, navbar collapse, but this is just the way that Bootstrap works. And there are other frameworks which have more succinct names for their classes. But once you understand how Bootstrap works, it's quite easy to pick up any of these other front-end frameworks. They all work in a really, really similar way. So now we've got this div class called collapse navbar collapse, and I'm going to put the closing div just after our unordered list, so that the unordered list, so all of these three links, as well as our brand, is enclosed in the collapsible section or the collapsible div. And the final thing we need to add before our navbar is going to work is that we need that ID, because the button is targeting this specific ID. So it knows that when you click on this button, which div to collapse or uncollapse, because you could have many of these collapsible sections on the same website. And you need something specific so that the code knows which parts to collapse and which parts not to collapse. So let's add that ID over here. Now, of course, you can name your ID whatever it is that you want. As long as it's the same as the data target in your button, then it should work just fine. So let's hit run. And you can see now, if I switch over to the phone sized, all of the content in my navbar disappears, including the navbar brand and all three of my links, because we have enclosed all of them inside this collapsible div. So now if I click on this button, you will see a drop-down menu and a nice little animation that shows everything that's contained in that collapsible area. So in my case, I would actually rather like my brand to still show up when it is in the mobile size. So I'm going to take out my navbar brand, or rather this anchor tag. So I'm going to cut. So it matters a great deal where you place that navbar brand, because if you paste it below the button that is our toggle button, then when you hit run, you'll see that the brand appears on the right and the toggle appears on the left. Now, if you place this anchor tag for your brand above the button, however, then you hit run and their positions get swapped. So the first thing that gets rendered is the navbar brand, then we render the button. So this is something to be aware of. And in our case, we actually want the brand to be on the left and the menu icons to be on the right. So this is the format that we're looking for. So now we've got this brilliant navbar where it expands to have all the links on the right when it's in a large display, so a laptop or a desktop. And when we're on a smartphone or a tablet, then it shrinks down into a toggle button, which we can show or unshow our navigation menu. Now, there's a number of other things that you can do with the navigation bar. So for example, you can have a drop-down link like so, just by adding the class drop-down to your list item and have a link that is the drop-down toggle. And then you have a div with all the items that will be inside the drop-down. So you're basically just copying this list item and modifying it to your needs to specify how you want your drop-down to look like. Now, you can also affect the position of the navbar by changing it to navbar fixed top. So that means when you scroll through your website, it will stay at that position and it won't disappear off the screen. Or you can have it fixed to the bottom so that you've always got it at the bottom, and you can just copy this code to get this positioning and placement behavior. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at the grid system, and we're going to start to build up our TinDog website. So there's a lot more fun stuff yet to come, and I look forward to seeing you on the next lesson. Now, you've heard of Tinder, but have you heard of TinDog? That is the question that we're going to answer in the coming lessons. So in the coming lessons, we're going to be using Bootstrap and more advanced CSS to create this beautiful startup landing page. It will have a title section, as well as features sections, a carousel to browse testimonials, a pricing plan section, and a call to action where you get your users to download your app, and finally a nice little footer with your socials. So this is a startup website fit for any startup, and by building it, we'll get to know all of the cool features that Bootstrap offers, and we'll learn some more advanced CSS along the way as well. So I hope you're excited, because I'm super excited to show you how to create this. Once you're ready, head over to the next lesson and we'll get started. Now, before we continue, we should really save all of this good work that we've done here in our code play. We've set up our navigation bar so that when it's on smaller screens like the phone or the iPad, the links disappear into a button which can toggle our collapsible menu. So we don't want to lose all of this good work that we've done. Now, in the previous lesson, you should have downloaded a file called Bootstrap, inside which we have this folder called TinDog Start Here. And this is a skeleton project that I've created for you so that you don't have to go through the tedious process of finding your own images or creating the blank styles.css or putting in the HTML skeleton. Now, it's a good idea to have this file inside your development folder, wherever that may be. And once you've got it saved in there, then I want you to right-click on index.html. I want you to open it inside Atom. Now, once you've got this file open, it's a good idea to just take a quick look through it to see what we've placed in here. And essentially, you've got the HTML boilerplate, so with the character set, the title, the link to the style sheet, which is in the CSS folder in the same TinDog Start Here project folder. And then in the body, we've got a number of sections that will eventually become the sections in our one-page website. And I've commented out areas where we're going to be interacting with, for example, where we're going to place the navbar. Now, I want you to go into your code play and to select all of this code that we created earlier on in order to have this navbar using Bootstrap. And I want you to paste it just below this comment where it says, this is the navbar section. So just in here. Now, if you've lost your code play area, or for some reason you can't find the code that you created here, then I will provide a link to the code play that I created that we followed along so that you can open it up in your browser and just simply copy this code into your new project file. Now, if you keep scrolling, you'll see that there's many sections, and all I've done is to create the skeleton HTML. So some of the content for our website, for example, some text, some buttons where buttons should be. I've incorporated some images, and our job in this module is to style this website using Bootstrap so that it begins looking like the way that we want it to. And because we've studied our HTML in the previous modules, I don't want us to have to spend a lot of time creating these H1s or H2s or H3s. I'm confident that by getting to this point, you already know how to create images or how to create H2s. And we're going to save you a lot of typing by using skeleton projects from now on. Now, if you don't want to use this and you prefer to create your own from scratch, then you can always open up the index.html inside your browser and you can look at what we've added here, all of the text and images, and you can create the HTML for yourself. But I strongly recommend you to use the skeleton project because that will allow us to focus on one new thing every module, and it will markedly accelerate your speed of learning. So now that we've added our navigation bar into our code, now the next step is for you to add Bootstrap into our project, because as you can see right now, even though we have that nav bar here, it's not really doing anything, right? This is just plain old HTML. And it's because our CSS file that we've linked to is completely devoid of any code. I've only just included a blank file and named it and linked it up, but it doesn't do any styling yet. Now, I want you as a challenge to add Bootstrap into your project. So pause the video now and give that a go. Now, how did that go? Let's go through it step by step and see if we can make it work. So we'll head to the Bootstrap documentation and we'll go to Get Started. And you can see that there's Quick Start, right? Where we can just simply copy and paste the style sheet link into our website. So we can put that just above our own style sheet and hit save. And let's refresh our page, and you can see that we've now got all of our wonderful Bootstrap styling. Our H1s have been styled into a sans serif font. Our navbar is looking exactly the way that we saw it over here. And when we shrink it down, it becomes a button instead of all of these links. Our download buttons look different, and everything is now styled using Bootstrap. Now, there's a lot more work to be done, but that's for the lessons yet to come. Now, for the keen-eyed amongst you, you might have noticed that something is still not quite right with our project, even though we've enabled Bootstrap. And the problem manifests itself when you go down to a tablet or a mobile size screen. Now, we do have this button that appears, but if you click on it, you'll notice that absolutely nothing happens. Now, if we go back to our code play, you'll see that we have the same code for our navigation bar. But here, if I toggle this, it works perfectly. So why is that? Well, the reason is because in order for the Bootstrap collapsible menu to work, you actually need some JavaScript and jQuery. And in our case, we actually don't have any of that, and we only have our CSS file from Bootstrap. So what you can do to make it work is to scroll down on the Bootstrap page, and we can copy these 3 lines of JavaScript and also jQuery to add to our project. So let's go ahead and add that just below our CSS file. Now, in the coming lessons, when we talk about JavaScript and jQuery, we'll dig into these script tags and the optimal ways of adding JavaScript to our website in a little bit more detail. But for now, we're just going to leave our script tags here. And if we hit save and go back to our website and refresh it, you'll see that now our collapsible menu works. And if you remember, the reason is because JavaScript is responsible for any behavior or anything that your website can do. And the CSS is only for the style or the appearance of the website. So this is why we need those few extra lines of code in order to make our website do something, even though it's very simple. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to learn more about the Bootstrap grid system, and we're going to start styling up our website using some of these Bootstrap components and layout tools. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in the CSS module, you might have realized that one of the biggest annoyances of using CSS is actually layout. We've looked at all the ways that you can lay out items, from changing the position to the display to floating, and you would have noticed that it can get very complex very, very quickly. And often all that you need to do is just lay out things very simply according to very simple rules. So let's take a look at the Airbnb website. And I've pulled up the listings for where to stay in Bali. This has kind of become like my spiritual home. So if you take a look, they have this very, very simple format of 4 listings per row, right? And if we go onto a smaller screen size, say on an iPad or an iPhone, it doesn't make sense to have 4 items in a row because they'll get crushed and they become really, really tiny so that you can't actually see the image or read the text properly. So what happens is that if you do go onto this website and you start going from the desktop size to make the jump to the iPad size, you would have noticed that there is a little step just about here where 4 items in a row turns into 3 items in a row. And this makes each of the listings more visible and more easy to read on the iPad size. Now, there's one other jump when you get to about the smartphone size, which is around here. And this size only has 2 listings per row. Again, using more of that width and allowing you to be able to view the images more easily. Now, this is very, very easily done using Bootstrap. And this is one of the biggest reasons why people like using Bootstrap. It's because it makes creating responsive websites very, very easy. Now, a lot of people think that responsive means it's fast or it loads up quickly, but it actually doesn't. It means that the website responds to the size of the screen or the viewport. So that means that it looks slightly different when it's on iPad or when it's on desktop or versus when it's on mobile. So let's take a look at how we can implement this super easily using Bootstrap so that we can use it for our website's layout. And more specifically, I want this title, this big title where it says meet new and interesting dogs nearby, plus the 2 download buttons to show up on the left side of the screen, taking up roughly half of the screen. And then I want this mobile phone image to take up the right 50% of the screen. And then when it goes down to maybe say iPhone sized, for everything to be stacked up one on top of each other, taking up 100% of the width. Now let's load up the documentation for this. So if you go into documentation and then layout, and then we're going to go into grid to look at the grid system. And you can see that we can create these columns as easily as by using some divs and specifying a few Bootstrap classes. So let's see that in action by launching a new CodePlay. And I want you to follow along with me just so that you can mess around with the code and really fully understand what's going on. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change our framework to Bootstrap 4. And at some point in the future, once a lot of people begin using Bootstrap 4, it will become the default selection. So you might not have to do this step. But for now, there's still a lot of people who haven't learnt this new framework and the rules for it. So you might see that the default might be Bootstrap 3. But we are going to sit at the bleeding edge of technology. So that is why we'll always be using the latest version of Bootstrap in our course. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new div and we're going to give it a class of row. Now inside this div, I'm going to create another div and this one will have a class of column. Now I'm also going to add some inline styles just so that we can see it more clearly when it gets rendered on screen and we can differentiate it from other columns or other rows. So I'm just going to set the background color to red, and then we'll give it a border of 1 pixel solid. So now let's close off that div. And of course, remember that divs don't appear unless they have some content. So we're just going to give it the name of this class, which is the column that we used. So now if we hit run, you will see that I have this full width column that is taking up the entire width of the screen. So I have basically a single row. Now, the interesting thing about this class column is that it will divide up the row to as many sections as it needs in order to equally distribute all of the columns. So that means that if I have 2 divs that are both class equals column, then they will both only take up 50% of the screen. And equally, if I add a third one, then each of these column divs will take up a third of that row's width. Now, what if I wanted a column that only took up half of the width of the screen? So you might think that, okay, the way to do this is to delete that third div so that we have two column divs resting side by side in the same row. Well, you might think that, okay, you could probably use some CSS and, make this div appear white or not there. Well, there's actually a much easier way using Bootstrap. So let's create a new row just so that we can keep a reference to this and we can see it on screen. So again, we're going to create a new div with the class row. And inside here, I'm going to create a div that has a class called column-6. And again, I'm going to basically add the same style. So background color, and this one I'm going to make green. And then again, border 1 pixel solid. And I'm going to close off that div. And inside here, I'm going to call this column-6 so that we can see it when we run it. Now, you'll notice that in this case, my column only takes up 50% of the width of the screen without the need for anything else on the right. And the cool thing about this is that you can use a number to specify how much of the row do you want to take up. And the total for a single row is 12. So that means that if you add a div that has a number, say column-3, then it will only take up a quarter of the screen. So remember, 12 divided by 3 equals 4, right? So column 3 only takes up 3 units inside 12 units, so therefore it's only a quarter of the screen. And you can repeat this code so that you actually fill up the row. So for example, you could have a column-2, so that's a sixth of the row. And then you could have something like a column-1, right? Go all the way down to the smallest unit, which means this is a 12th of the row. And now with the 6 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, we get 12. And so now we fill up the entire width of the row. Now, that's all very well and good, but the only problem with this is that as you change the size of the viewport, say if we go down to a tablet size or a mobile size, none of these columns change in width. So what if we want something similar to what Airbnb has, where we can say that maybe on the desktop size, we would want 4 columns, right? Taking up equal width. But maybe on iPad, we only want 3 columns. And on iPhone, we only want 2 columns. So how can we do that? So let's go ahead and add another row where we add a responsive column. So I'm going to create a div that is going to have a class of row. So all of these columns use the div class row. And then I'm going to add a div that has a different class. And this class is going to be column-md for medium-6. And then I'm just going to paste in our style over here. And I'm going to change the color to blue just so that we can see the difference. And we're going to close off that div and I'm going to call this column-md-6. And now if we run our code, you can see that similar to the column-6, this column medium-6 also takes up 6 units, so half of the screen. But say if I add another div, you can see that we've got 2 columns inside our row currently, the blue ones. But if I switch to a smartphone size, you can see that they each now take up 100% of the width of the screen. But on tablet, they still take up half of the width. So what this column-medium-6 means is that we should have a 6-unit column on any size from medium size or tablet size upwards. So that means tablet, laptop, large desktop, they all will take up 6 units. But anything smaller than the medium size, namely on mobile, they will take up the full width. So let's delete these two divs in the non-responsive sort of section, and let's change this to a column 6. So we now basically have two 6-column divs. Now let's change this blue actually to a yellow, because I think it'll make the text a little bit more visible so that you can see it slightly easier. Now you can see that we've got essentially the same thing in 3 rows, right? These two are 2 columns that are taking up 50% of the width each, because the entire row has to take up 100%. Now the second one, each column is only taking up 6 units, but it's non-responsive. And the third one, each column is only taking up 6 units as long as it's tablet sized or larger. So let's switch to the laptop size. You can see there's no difference. But now let's switch to the smartphone size. And you can see that the third type of columns actually are responsive. So you can use this code and play around with it to see the difference by specifying that medium keyword and not doing so. Now, what if you wanted to be more specific than that? What if you wanted to recreate the Airbnb experience? So you have 4 items per row, or 4 columns rather, on desktop, but then on tablet to only have 3, and then on mobile to only have 2. How would you do that using Bootstrap? Well, let's modify our third row so that we have something that works in a similar way. So the first thing is that we need 4 divs to play around with. So I'm going to add another 2 divs to the bottom. And now we have 4 divs that are in this responsive kind of mode. Let's start from the simplest, which is I want there to be 4 columns on desktop. So 12 divided by 4 is 3. So we need a 3-unit column. And we can specify this by changing the keyword to large. So now we have column large 3, and if you run that, you can see that we've got a 3-unit column on desktop. So let's go ahead and change all of the other divs to this kind of format. So if we run now, you'll see that we have 4 columns, each taking up 3 units on desktop. But anything smaller than desktop, they will take up 100% of the width. So on tablet and on mobile, they will take up 100%. So that's not quite what we want, because on tablet, we want it to take up 1/3 of the row. So 12 divided by 3 is 4. So let's add another rule in here where we say on the medium-sized screens and above, we want to have a 4-unit column. So now let's again replace all of these other divs with this new format. And if we run our code, you'll see that on the tablet sized, each of these columns now take up 4 units when we're on the tablet or the medium sized. And on desktop, it goes to that column large 3 rule and becomes a 3-unit column. And similarly on the large desktop, it's also the same. Now, what about mobile? Well, it's still taking up 100% of the width, unless we specify another class. So on the smaller size screen, we want each column to take up only 50% of the width, so that we end up with 2 columns per row. So 2 columns per row means 12 divided by 2, so that's a 6-unit column. So let's add this to our text, and let's delete these 3 other divs so that we can make a copy of this first one and paste it in. So we now have 4 divs which take up 1/4 of the width when we're on the desktop size or larger, but only 1/3 of the width when we're on tablet, and only half of the width when we're on mobile. So you can see that when we're on tablet, because we can't fit all 4 of these on the same row, it actually pushes it to the next row automatically. Now, there's a lot of new ideas in this lesson, and in order to really fully understand this concept, you will need to have a play around with the code yourself. So as a challenge, I want you to create another set of responsive columns, but this one's going to have slightly different rules from the previous row. So if you've already followed along with the code, you should have your own version of this code play. Now, if you haven't, I'm going to include a link in the resources for this section so that you can open up the code play and you can copy the code in my HTML section and paste it to your own code play. Now, what I want you to do is to create another row below these three, and you can give it a different color. Now, it doesn't matter what you choose as long as you can see the difference from the previous rows. Now, for this particular set of columns, I want you to make it responsive. So on the larger sizes, so desktop and also on laptop, you should have 6 columns per row. Now on tablet, you should only have 4 columns per row. And on mobile, they should each take up 100% of the width. So pause the video now and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so how did that go? Well, in order to complete the challenge, you really need to understand how the grid system works. And if you get stuck, you always remember that there's always the documentation to go back to. Now, once you've read that and it all makes sense, then we can get started. So we're going to create another div, of course, and this will be the row, which is going to contain our columns. And inside this row, we're going to create a new column. Now, here we have to think carefully. What we want is that on the larger sizes, so on the laptop and desktop, we want there to be a 2-unit column because it's going to take up 1/6 of the width. So that's going to be column large dash 2. Now, the other thing we want to happen is that on the medium sizes or on the tablet size and above, we want to have a 3-unit column. So that's column dash medium dash 3 because 12 divided by 3 is 4. So that's 4 columns per row, which is what we wanted. Now, for the smaller size, you can either say column small dash 12 for the column to take up the full 100% of the width, or you can actually leave that out because by default, all the columns should take up 100% of the width. So now that we've got our classes, let's add in our style so that we can see it and make it more visible. So in this case, I'm going to change my background color to gray. Now, it doesn't really matter what you choose. And then I'm going to add the text here into my div so that my div actually shows up because it has some content rather than just style. So now let's hit run. And we've now got this column that takes up 1/6 of the width. Now, in order to make that a little bit more visible, I'm going to copy this and paste in another 5 copies. And we can count that there's now 6 columns in our row on the laptop and on the desktop sizes. Now, the next step to check is what happens on tablet. And you can see that our rule of column medium dash 3 means that we have 3-unit columns. So 12 divided by 3 is 4 columns per row on the tablet size. And on the mobile size, we have 100% of the width because we've only specified that anything above medium should be 3 units and anything below automatically becomes 100%. So if you didn't manage to get it, create it now and see if it makes sense. And also just mess around with the layout, trying to make a row that has maybe 12 items on large sizes, or maybe only 6 items on the smaller mobile screen. But basically, the key to understanding this is trying to get the code to do what you want it to. And that way you'll understand how all of these classes work. And if you get confused, there's always the grid system documentation to fall back on. Now, the next step is applying what we learned here to our TinDog website. And we need to make this section a 6-unit column so that it takes up half of the screen, and this image to be another 6-unit column so it takes up the right side 50% of the screen. But when it goes on to a smaller size, say tablet or mobile, we want it to take up 100% of the width so that we can see the image and the text and the buttons more easily. So let's go ahead and do that now. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I want to add a background color to our first section, just so that we can see it more easily and visually divide it from the rest of the content so that we know exactly what we're working on. So in order to do that, you can see that we've got a number of these sections inside our body, right? And the first section includes the navigation bar as well as the title section. And this section has an ID called title. So let's go ahead into our styles.css and target that title section. And I want you to see if you remember what the selector was in order to change the background color of that title section. And the background color is going to be the hashtag or the pound sign, and then followed by FF4C68. So see if you can change the background color of this title section by using the right selector. So pause the video and give that a go. What you should remember from our CSS section is that in order to target the HTML elements, we simply add in the name of the element. So for example, body. Now, in order to target classes, we simply add dot in front of the class name. But in order to target IDs, as we've got over here, we need to use the pound sign or the hashtag sign. So we have to say hashtag title, which is the name of that ID. And then we can start specifying our background color property. And we're going to change it to pound sign FF4C68. And let's check to make sure if that worked. Brilliant. So that first section now has this kind of reddish color, which means that it's working exactly as we want it to. Now, I want this navigation bar to not have its own color. I want it to just be a light colored navigation bar. So we can go ahead and remove the Bootstrap class that gives this background a dark color, which is of course the background-dark class. So now let's hit save and refresh, and you can see that our nav bar now looks like it's a part of that first header title section. Now here comes a challenge. I want you to use what you learned just now about the Bootstrap grid system to make the title and the download buttons take up 50% of the width on the left, and the image of the phone take up 50% of the width on the right, and this is on the large desktop size. When we get to the tablet sized, then they should each take up 100% of the width of the screen, and the same for the mobile sized. So pause the video and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so how did that go? Well, the first thing that we need in order to use the Bootstrap grid system is to have that div that encloses the entire row that we're going to use the grid system on. So we've got this div here already, which includes the heading, the buttons, as well as the images. So we can simply give that one a class of row. Now, the next thing that we need is to separate the other parts of the content into two separate divs. So that means that our H1 and buttons will have a div and the image will have a div. So let's create a div here and put our heading and button inside. And now we should have two divs that are going to help us separate out the content using the grids. So the first one, we're going to give a class of column-large-6, which means that on any size, that's the large size, which means the laptop size, or bigger, so laptop or desktop, then we're going to have a 6-unit column that's going to contain this content. But any size smaller than that will take up 100% of the width of the screen. So that's tablet and mobile. So we're going to do the same thing over here to the div that contains the image. So it's also going to take up 50% on the large sizes and 100% on the smaller sizes. So let's hit save, and once you refresh your page, you should have something that looks like this. Now, remember from our previous code that you don't have to specify the medium 12 unit or the small 12 unit because it's by default 100%. And you should read this code as on any screen size that's on the large size or bigger, so laptop or bigger, it should be a 6-unit column, and anything smaller than that will take up the full width of the row. And now we have this responsive title section where we're using the screen real estate with the maximum efficiency. So the last thing that I want to do before we finish off this lesson is I want to add some text styling, namely to change our fonts here. So I want you to go over to the Google Fonts and to embed the Ubuntu and the Montserrat typefaces into our website. So pause the video and do that now. All right, so you've done this before, so it shouldn't be too difficult. So we're just going to go to fonts.google.com and we're going to search for those two fonts that I mentioned. So one is the Ubuntu font, which we're going to use for our logo. And the other one is the Montserrat font, which we're going to use for the majority of the body of our website. So now we've got our two families selected. Load time is still relatively fast, so we can just copy that link and head back over to our index.html and add it into our header section. So now let's hit save, and we're going to use some of those font families. So the thing that I want to change the most is the style of the H1 because it's going to determine the size of it, and that will affect our layout. So I want to do that as early as possible. So I want you to change the font of this heading to a Montserrat -black. And I want the font size to be 3 rem and the line height to be 1.5 so that we get a little bit of space between it and anything else around it. So pause the video and try to complete this challenge. All right, so the first thing we need to do in order to change this text is figure out what is the element that we need to target. So the easiest thing here is we've already got an H1 and we only have one H1 on the whole page. So maybe we can just target the H1. So let's go ahead and target the H1, and then we're going to change its font family to Montserrat Black. So if you want to see what these fonts look like, you can always click on the font and scroll down to the different styles, and you can see what those different styles may look like. So if you wrote Montserrat-thin, for example, then our text is going to look exactly like the style specified here. But in our case, we want Montserrat Black, which is the heaviest weight that this typeface has. And the other thing we wanted to change was the font size. We wanted it to be 3 rem, so massive. And then we wanted to change the line height to 1.5. Remember, line height, you don't usually specify a unit because it's 2 times or 1 times, and you don't actually need to add pixels or rems or anything like that. So now let's hit save and let's look at our updated style of our title. And that's looking pretty nice. So in this lesson, we've learned about grids and how to use it to make our website responsive so that it uses the available screen real estate to the max. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to learn about another Bootstrap layout element called the container. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, the next Bootstrap element I want to talk about are containers. So if you head over to documentation and go to layout, in the overview section, you can see that the first thing that they talk about our containers. And containers are a basic building block for a lot of the components in Bootstrap. And it's actually required when you use a lot of Bootstrap components. For example, when you use the grid system, as we saw previously, you can see that all of these grids were in fact contained inside a container. And this is really, really useful because it allows you to horizontally center or to pad out your content by simply using this container. So let's take a look at containers in more detail. So I've created a new code play that I'm just going to call Bootstrap for container. And I'm going to change again the Bootstrap framework to 4.0, hit save. And now I'm going to create a new div that's going to have a class of container. And inside the div, of course, I need a little bit of content for it to be visible. So in this case, I'm just going to copy the lorem ipsum that I've got from this website so that I can use it to pad out my div. So the last thing I want to do is add a little bit of background color to maybe red again. Let's hit run, and we've got this container that contains all the text that's inside. Now, of course, you can contain anything you want, for example, divs or buttons or tables, anything you need. But this component, what it does is if I pop this out as a window, you can see that we've got our container that's colored in red. Now, it's automatically responsive. So what that means is that as I go through, so going from desktop to laptop to tablet to mobile sized, you can see that the maximum width of the container jumps through different values. And you can see these values if you just simply inspect on the container. So let's select the container and let's watch this max width value. So at the moment, we're on the largest size. So this is the sort of laptop size. And as the width goes down, so let's make that first jump to the smaller desktop size, you can see that our max width is now 960. Let's go to the tablet size. You can see it made another jump to 720 max width. And finally to the mobile size, which is now max width 540 pixels. So this allows anything that's contained inside your container to be fully responsive relative to the size of the viewport. Now, for some people, this might seem a little bit jarring as it jumps around a bit. So the other type of containers that you have is what's called a fluid container. And fluid containers take up 100% of the width. So let's copy this container and paste another one below and change this one to a container fluid. Let's change the color to yellow. And let's run that. So let's pop this out as a full screen. You can see the difference now as I go through the different breakpoints. So as we go from the large desktop to the smaller desktops, you can see that the normal container is jumping through the different widths. But the fluid container is simply adapting to the width of the screen and always taking up 100% of the screen width. So I want to use a container inside our website to be able to add padding and centering to our content, but I don't want that jumpiness from the normal container. So instead, I want to use a fluid container. So let's head into our index.html, and I want to include the navigation bar along with the title and the images in the same container. So let's add a div just around here. And let's give that class a container-fluid. And we're going to put the closing div just before the closing tag. And now if we go ahead and beautify our code, then you can see that that div now wraps around our nav bar as well as the title section. So now we can go ahead and select that div and style it in our CSS. So the class that we're going to select is the container-fluid. And even though Bootstrap already has some pre-added styles to this, we are going to make it a little bit more personalized to our purposes. Namely, we're going to add some padding and we're going to add it to all four sides. So we're going to add 3% padding to the top and bottom and 15% to the left and the right. And now if we hit save, we can check out what it looks like with that container. If I switch on pesticide, you can see that we've got this large box that goes all the way around, including the navigation bar, as well as all the stuff in the title section. So now we can group everything together and start working on our components inside the container. So in the next lesson, we're going to learn about another Bootstrap component to style up our title page further, and that is going to be the Bootstrap buttons. And we're going to use it to style up our download buttons to make it look nice. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, we're steadily getting closer to our final design for our front page header. But one of the things that you notice is that our download buttons still look extraordinarily out of place. They don't look like they've been styled at all, even though they are using Bootstrap. So in this lesson, I want to talk about another Bootstrap component, which is the Bootstrap button. Now, if you head over to the documentation for the Bootstrap buttons, so just go to Documentation, Components, Buttons, then you can see that there's a whole bunch of buttons that we can choose from. And they come with the Bootstrap palette, which allows you to simply use one of these classes, for example, button-primary for a blue button and button-warning for a yellow button, etc. Now, there's also other types of buttons. For example, you can have outline buttons, which become filled in as you hover over them, which looks pretty nice. Now, you can also have larger or smaller buttons, or buttons that take up the entire width of the parent. Now, because we've seen this before and we played around with this in a previous lesson, I want you as a challenge to add a dark and light button to style our download buttons here. And it should look somewhat like this as the final outcome. So these are large buttons, and the left one is dark and the right one is a outlined light button. So pause the video and see if you can complete that challenge with the help of the Bootstrap documentation. All right, so how did that go? All right, so let's head into Atom and let's find the relevant section first. So here is our title section with our little comment here, and we've got our two download buttons. Now, they are button elements of type button. So all we need to do here in order to implement these Bootstrap styles is just to add a class. So after the type, I'm going to add a class, and the first one to make it into a Bootstrap button is btn. And the next one specifies what type of button I want. So the left one, I wanted a dark button, and that's filled in already. So I will go for the button dark, so btn dark. So let's hit save and let's check to see if we got what we wanted, which looks pretty close, right? And then the next one we wanted was a light outlined button for the one on the right. So let's scroll down to the outline buttons and let's find that light one, which is almost imperceptible because the background is white, but we can see it when we hover over it. So this is the one that we're looking for. And this requires the class button outline light, which is a little bit longer. So let's head over here and again add another class, and this one is btn-outline-light. Hit save and refresh, and we've now got our button styles down. Now you notice that we specified that we wanted the larger buttons here. So let's head into Bootstrap again and look at the sizes section of the button component. And you can see that just by simply adding a class called button-large or button-small, we can change the size of our buttons without touching the CSS. So let's go and add yet another class to our button, which is btn-large or LG, both of them. And let's hit save. Let's head back and refresh, and now we've got some lovely Bootstrap buttons, making our website look a lot nicer than before. Now, one thing you might notice that I've got here in our final version of the website that we don't yet have over here are these pretty little glyphs or icons on the left of our download buttons. Now, these things come from a website called Font Awesome. And it is really, really awesome. And the reason is because they have over 900 icons, which are free for commercial use. And they have a really, really generous license, which means that the icons are open source and completely free for use in any of your websites. So head over here and we're going to go over to the icon section in order to try and find our Apple and Google Play icons. So let's search for Apple, and the first one that comes up is the one that we want. You can see that this is the full vector that they've drawn, and you can see it in the various different sizes or how it looks with different backgrounds. And they've even styled it and put it into, some common usage scenarios so that you can imagine what it might look like. So in order to use it, all we need to do is just to copy this line, and you can see that similar to Bootstrap, it's implementing these glyphs by adding a couple of classes. So firstly, you've got the Font Awesome button, fab, and then you've got Font Awesome -Apple, which specifies exactly which glyph or which icon you're looking to insert. Now, before we can use this, however, similar to Bootstrap, we need to add Font Awesome to our website. So let's head over to Get Started. And the first thing you see is use the Font Awesome free CDN. So similar to what we had with Bootstrap, Font Awesome has a CDN that distributes the resource, so the Font Awesome icons, and allows you to embed this into your website so that any users who've never opened a website that required Font Awesome, they'd be able to go here and download it. So let's go ahead and copy this and insert it into our website. So just below where we've got our CSS, I'm going to paste this in. And this is probably a good time to start commenting on what some of these things are. And as you find your code getting more lengthy and more complex, it's a good idea to start commenting on things so that you remember later on when you come back what everything is all about. So the first one, we've got our Google fonts. So the way that I prefer to do it is just to type out plain text, highlight it, and then hit Command or hold down Control in Windows and hit /. And that basically comments that particular line of text. So those are the Google fonts, and these are the CSS style sheets. And then we've got our Font Awesome. And finally, we have our Bootstrap scripts. Put that in as well. So now when we come back to this, we can see easily at a glance what we've got over here. And it's a good idea to sprinkle these around in your code so that it's really clear to yourself or anybody else who looks at your code what everything is all about. And also, as you're doing the tutorials and you're learning about these different components or how you use selectors in CSS, etc., all of these new concepts, once you understood what they're all about, you can add a comment to remind yourself in case you come back to it at a later date. So let's hit save, and let's go ahead and go back to that icon that we found, which was Apple. And let's copy this line of code, and we can now insert it wherever we want to use it, because we now have that CDN where we can download and derive any icons that we want to use. So let's go back to our download button, and just in the text section, so between the button elements, I'm going to insert this icon, and then I'm going to insert a space in between. Now you'll notice that by default, Font Awesome likes to use the I tag. So this is the italic tag, which is not that great in terms of HTML best practice. But the reason that they can use it is because glyphs and icons are not italicized, so it doesn't become slanted. And they say that they use it just because the I tag is pretty much the shortest tag that can be used for this purpose. So you can use what they recommend, which is the I tag, or if you prefer to have a more semantically understandable HTML code, then you can change that into a span as well. And you'll see either the I or the span when people are using Font Awesome out in the wild. So I'm just going to leave it as it is because it is short and it is quite easy to spot. Now let's hit save and see what this looks like. So let's hit refresh, and you can see we've now got a little Apple icon, a space, and then our download text. So as a challenge, I want you to go into Font Awesome and find the Google Play icon and implement that in your code so that you have the second button that looks a bit like this. So pause the video and complete the challenge. All right, so that shouldn't be very hard. We just had to go back to the Font Awesome page and search for Google Play. And now we've got our icon showing up, and this is exactly what we want. And we can just copy this line of code and paste it where we pasted our last icon, which is just before the download button. And then we hit space. Now make sure that you're not pasting it into the actual button element, because it's actually a separate piece of text that belongs between the element tags. So now let's hit save and let's go back and refresh. We've now got an Apple download icon and a Google Play download icon. So it's looking pretty good so far. Now, in the next lesson, I want to finish styling up the title section of our website so that it looks more like this. Now, if you want to give it a go before I start walking you through the step by step, then you can just simply pause this video right now and look at the design that I've got on screen and try to use a combination of documentation, so CSS documentation, along with Bootstrap documentation, and maybe sometimes you might need to search for something on Stack Overflow, especially how you might get this image to rotate. So there's quite a bit of styling involved, and this is completely optional, but I do recommend giving it a go yourself before watching me go through the solution, just so that you start thinking and challenging yourself on how you might do this yourself. So pause the video now and make a copy of your project as it is now to mess around with and try to complete this challenge. Otherwise, I will see you on the next lesson. All right, so in order to get to where we are right now, we've learned about a number of Bootstrap components. For example, the navigation bar, the Bootstrap buttons, Bootstrap containers, grids, and the responsiveness that we get using Bootstrap for layout purposes. Now, before we carry on, I want to add some more CSS code, so normal boggled standard CSS, so that we can customize all of our Bootstrap components and make our title page look a little bit more like our design on Balsamic. So let's get started. Now, the first thing that you may or may not have noticed, there are some different fonts going on here. The navbar uses the Bootstrap default font, as does the navbar brand, as does the text in our buttons, and also, of course, the rest of our unstyled web page. Now, instead of going into the button and going into the navbar and adding CSS to each of them, changing the font, I want you to think if you can figure out a way of changing all of the text to the Montserrat font that we got from Google Fonts. So pause the video and see if you can complete this mini challenge. All right, so this shouldn't be too hard because we've done it before. Now, what is the one thing that encompasses all of our content for our website? Well, it's the body element, because all the content is embedded inside it. And we can simply define a global font for the body in order to apply it to all the text on screen. So I'm going to target the body element, and I'm going to change the font family to Montserrat, and I'm going to close it off with a semicolon. So let's hit save and let's go back and refresh. You can see that all the text now has changed to our chosen font, which makes it look a little bit more unified and gets us closer to our final design. So the next thing that I want to change is I want this title text to have a white color so that it matches with the color palette that we've got going on here, which is this kind of red and white kind of scheme for our imaginary tin dog product. So one way of doing this is going into the H1 that we've already selected here and adding a color property and setting it to white. Now, the other way of doing this is adding it to the title section, which, if you remember, the H1 is residing inside. So this line is inside our title section. And by changing the color of all text in the title section, if later on I decide to add a subtitle or, a little bit of explainer text or whatever it may be, it will still keep to our current color scheme. So it's a little bit more encompassing. And that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to add our color property and I'm going to set it to white. So as a shorthand, remember that the color hex codes for $FFF is always going to be white and $000 is always going to be black. And you can see our pigments add-on showing you that. So I want white. Let's hit save and let's refresh. You can see we've now got our white big title, which looks brilliant. Now, don't worry if you added your color to the H1. It's perfectly valid, and we can always refactor our code later on if we see we're duplicating any part or, if we want to make our code more succinct. So that's completely acceptable, and it's not wrong at all. So now that we've styled the text on our page, the next thing I want to look at is this nav bar, because you can see that the text is a little bit too small and this brand should really be a little bit more prominent. And also I want to make it look a little bit more like the Tinder logo, because we are making a copycat product here after all. And the closest logo that I found on Google Fonts was the Ubuntu font, which we already incorporated when we embedded our Google Fonts into our website. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, before I do that, I want to add a new section, and I'm going to say navigation bar, and I'm going to use that good old trick of highlighting it and command / to style it. I find this much easier than typing a bunch of asterisks and /. Now here we're going to first target our nav brand. So navbar -brand, and I want to change the font family to Ubuntu. So font family, and that's going to be Ubuntu. Now let's hit save and refresh, and you can see that that T looks a lot like the T for Tinder now, but it's still too small. So let's increase the font size as well to 2.5 rem. And maybe while we're here, we can make the font weight to bold as well. Hit save and refresh, and you can see that now we've got this big navbar brand, which looks a lot better, and it makes us seem like we're more proud of what we're called rather than as if we're trying to hide it with our tiny text. Now, with the bigger font size for the navbar brand, you start to notice that it's a little bit awkward having it so close to our title text and image. So ideally, I would like to push down any content and have a bit of padding at the bottom of our navbar, because it would make it look a lot nicer. So I don't really want to add any padding to the top or the left and right. So can you think of a way in which we can set the bottom padding to 4.5 rem without touching the padding on any other side of the navbar? So again, mini challenge. Pause the video if you want to complete it. All right, so I'm going to put this just above our navbar brand because it's more broad and it targets the navbar instead of any component inside the navbar. So it's a higher level div. So I tend to add my selectors in that kind of order, going from less specific to more specific as you scroll down. And also I try to keep the CSS styling roughly in the order that you see on the page. So the title section will go first, then the next section, then the next section. It just makes it a little bit easier to change and to fix later on. Now, in the navbar, we want to change the padding. And we only want to touch the padding bottom, and we want to set it to 2.5, and we want to set it to 4.5 REM. Hit save and refresh, and now we've got a little bit more space in between that nav bar and the title text and images, and it makes the whole website look a lot less bunched up and a lot more designed, if you will. Now, the next thing we should address in the nav bar are these nav items. They need a bit more space between each other. So I'm again going to add some padding. I will keep this as a fixed size just because we've got that responsiveness. So I don't really need it as a percentage or as a REM. So I'm going to put in probably 18 pixels of padding left and right of each of these nav items. So we're going to go below the navbar brand, we're going to target the nav item, and we're going to say padding 0 top and bottom, and then about 18 pixels left and right. Hit save, refresh, bit more spaced out, looks a lot nicer. We won't accidentally press on the wrong button, but they still need to be a little bit larger. So I'm going to dig even deeper inside the nav item. I'm going to target the actual nav link to style it. So we're going to target the nav link. So in this case, I'm going to change the font size, the font family, as well as the color, so that we get a little bit more like this. So a little bit larger. And I'm also going to change the font weight to the Montserrat Light font, so it's not so prominent on the page. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's change the nav link's font size. Can change it to maybe about 1.2 REM. You can see it's just a little bit bigger, but it's a little bit too heavy in terms of weight at the moment. So let's change the font family to Montserrat Light, and this will thin those letters down and make it less prominent and blend in a bit better. Now let's take a look at how our navbar looks by activating pesticide. And you can see that this is the entire section, this blue section. And you can see that we've still got a bit of padding, it seems, left over from the top, the left and the right of our navbar, which is why that text is not aligning on the left with our title text here. So that is just a little bit off, and I suspect the reason is, if we inspect on this, is that the nav bar actually has some padding in addition to the padding bottom that we added. So let's try and get rid of this padding, which came from probably the Bootstrap element. And we can do that by, instead of using padding bottom, to add padding and then add 0 to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 4.5 REM to the bottom only. So now if we refresh, you can see that our navbar brand now aligns perfectly with our title text and our buttons. And when you're designing websites or apps or whatever it may be, try to minimize on the number of lines that you can align things to, because it will usually make your designs look more together. So now I'm pretty happy with my navbar. So the next thing I'm going to deal with are these buttons. They're far too close to this title text, and they need a little bit of a margin to push it away from that text. So let's go into our CSS and add another section. Let's call it buttons, maybe more specifically the download buttons. And let's comment that out so that we have our new section. Now, in order to target the button, I have a choice of either using the Bootstrap BTN class and customize the Bootstrap style, or I can add in my custom class. Now, in this situation, if you start getting lazy and using the existing classes from Bootstrap, you often find yourself in a situation later on when you want to use this button, but you don't want it to have the same amount of margin as you do in the title section. So usually it's much better to just add in a custom class, which is what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to call this our download button, and I'm going to apply that class to our Google Play button as well. So let's hit save, and now we can target it over here. and our download button needs a margin that is, I've sort of been tweaking around with it, and the one that I find to work the best is about 5% on the top, 3% on the right, 5% on the left, and 0 on the bottom. So let's hit save and refresh, and you can see that that provides a large enough distance between the two buttons to make it take up roughly the amount of space that we've got for our title, and it makes our button aligned perfectly with the navbar brand as well as the title text. So that's what I quite liked when I was messing around with these numbers. But of course, feel free to play around with it yourself. So it's usually easiest if you just inspect on it and then just go into the box model and try changing some of these numbers and see what it ends up being for the design that you want. All right, so the very last thing I want to change is this image. That's all that we have left in our title section. And firstly, I want to make its width a little bit smaller because at the moment it's kind of taking up as much width as it can. It's like full size right now. And I want it to be maybe 60% of its parent. So this is its parent, which is the containing div, which is our column large 6 on desktop, and column and 12 and a full width on iPad or mobile. But I want it to take up only maybe 60% of this width to make it a little bit narrower. So let's go and do that. So again, I'm going to add a new section. This is called title image. And let's add a comment there, and let's find out what class we need to use to target that image. And you can see at the moment our image is devoid of all classes. So let's go ahead and add that. And I'm going to call the class maybe title image, and we can hit save. Now here I can use that class called title image, and we can make its width only 60% of what it used to be. Hit save, refresh. You can see it's now a little bit smaller and less sort of assuming and less in your face, which makes a much better design, I think. Right, so the last and final thing that you might have been struggling to figure out is how do we get it to be rotated to the right? And this is the part where I said to you that you might need to search for it on Google. So as I've been saying, a lot of times getting good at development or programming is very often getting good at Google and knowing the right things to search for in order to get your answer. So in our case, we want to rotate an image using CSS, and let's see what we get with this search query. So we are getting some results from W3 Schools as well as MDN, and they seem to point towards something about transform, something about rotation. So I tend to prefer the MDN docs, so let's just take a look at what they talk about. And you can see that there is a CSS function called rotation. Now, we haven't really spoken much about functions, but we will do in the next section when we cover JavaScript. But for now, let's just see what we can do using this rotate function. So they've got a very simple bit of CSS code here where they're changing a transform property by using the rotate function, and then you specify the degree, the amount that you want to rotate your element by. And you can see in this case, the pink one, which is what this targets, is rotated 45 degrees to the right. So let's just open this in CodePen and have a mess around with it to fully understand what is happening. So let's take a look at the CSS section. So we've got this div, which is normal, which nothing really changed about it. And then we've got this div called rotated. With the class of rotated, which is what we are editing here. And what we've changed is the transform property using the rotate function, and we're specifying 45 degrees. So when it's positive, it rotates by 45 degrees to the right. If it's negative, it rotates by 45 degrees to the left, or rather anti-clockwise. And as you expect, 90 degrees is 90 degrees right rotation, 180 degrees is 180 degrees clockwise rotation. So this seems pretty simple, and we can probably figure out how we can use this to achieve what we want, which is something like this. So let's go into our CSS, and we're again targeting the title image in this case. And we're going to use what we just learned, which is changing the transform property to use the rotate function, and we're going to specify how much we are going to rotate by. Now, with repeat sort of experimentation, changing this number a few times, I found that 25 degrees tends to work quite well. So if you add 25 degrees in the positive and you refresh, you can see that we've now got that lovely right-sided rotation. So we are almost done here. The last thing that I want to do is just do a final sort of sense check, looking at this layout and seeing if we're happy with how it looks. And the one last thing that's a little bit niggling for me is that this title is kind of competing with this navbar brand. And whenever you're designing websites, you want to think about what is the first thing that you want the user to look at. You want to establish some sort of visual hierarchy. And you can do that using size, or you can do that using weight. So font weight, or you can do that using highlighting or outlining, a whole bunch of things basically. And in this case, even though this one has a much higher font weight than the navbar brand, it's kind of competing with it because it's about the same size. So let's just increase the title text size just by a smidge, and I'll show you the difference. So let's go ahead and change that font size from 3 rem to maybe say 3.5 rem. And let me show you what happens when I refresh. You can see now on this website, it's pretty obvious that the biggest, boldest thing is this heading here. And it's pretty much guaranteed that if you get a user to load up this website, the first thing that their eyes will be drawn to is this biggest, boldest title. And that's exactly what we want. We want them to immediately know what our product is about. And then the second most important thing should be maybe the download button, which are highlighted and outlined for them to start taking action. And then maybe the third most important thing is for them to know what our company is, and what other things they can explore over here. So now that we've more or less finished styling our title section of our page, in the next lesson, we're going to move further down and continue with the other sections. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so how did you manage on that mini challenge? Well, if you haven't given it a go, then this is a good time to pause the video and just give it a try before I go through the solution with you. It's really, really important that you try and do this yourself, because I can't be here with you every single time you try to make a website. So it's really, really important that you pick up on these skills by yourself. And remember, I'm watching you, but not in a creepy way. Just like, I haven't hacked your webcam or anything. I'm just, saying, like, metaphorically, Anyways, moving on. So I presume that you've already given it a go, and you've struggled, and maybe you failed, maybe you succeeded. So we're going to run through the solution now. So essentially what we're trying to achieve is this outcome. We've got 3 features, which each have a Font Awesome icon above them, and they are responsive. So when we're in the iPad and the iPhone sizes, there's only 1 feature per row, and they take up 100% of the width. Plus there's also the fonts and the colors, and also when you roll over these icons, they change a color. So we've learned how to do all of this before, and it's a matter of remembering it, giving it a go, and searching Google if we get stuck. So let's get started. So I'm going to keep the final piece over here just to compare, but the site as we have it up to now looks much less interesting and a bit more like this. So the first thing I'm going to do is I want to give each of these features their own div. because as you can see at the moment, if we scroll down to the right section, I've got these 3 sets of features and they each have an H3 title and a paragraph just explaining the feature. And in order to get the responsiveness and to style each feature individually, I'm going to need to give them some form of identification. And that in HTML CSS is going to end up being a div. So I'm going to create 3 new divs and I'm going to give each div a custom class name. So I'm going to call them feature box, which seems to make sense to me. Doesn't really matter what you call them as long as they are the same, because we're going to apply the same style to each feature box. So let's create another div, feature box, and I'm just going to copy this and paste it, and we can now transplant these lines over to here. All right, great. So now we have our feature boxes and each set of features belongs in its own div, which we can style separately or apply the same style to each 3. So now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make each div take up 1/3 of the width of the screen on a large desktop or a laptop size screen. But when it's on an iPad or when it's on an iPhone, I want it to take up 100% of the width. So I can do that by applying some Bootstrap classes. So we remember that we have to use the column class, and then we specify the size that we want it to be responsive to. So we're going to say column large, so that means laptop size and above, is going to take up 1/3 of the row. And remember, each row is split up into 12 units, so 1/3 of 12 is 4 units. So column large 4, and let's just go ahead and paste this in the other 3 places. And if you load up your website right now, you'll see that nothing has changed. And that is because the Bootstrap grid requires that you nest it inside a class that has the name row. So we can specify which ones should go into the same row, essentially, so that your responsiveness can happen across different rows, for example. So something like column large 4 in 3 separate rows will be very different from all of them in the same row. So let's hit save and let's check it out and see if it worked. Okay, cool. So they are now laid across the same row, and they're taking up 1/3 of the screen each. And if I go into iPad size, you can see they're now taking up 100% of the width, as does anything smaller than that, so mobile size, still taking up 100% of the width. So we have succeeded. Ka-ching! I was planning on getting our sound designer to create these nice UI sounds for the video, but he is sick, so you will just have to live with my terrible sound effects. So it's like Angela SFX from now on. I've recently been trying to challenge my friends on what is the most realistic lightsaber activation sound you can produce without any instruments other than yourself, your own body. I have found that many people are very bad at sound effects, myself probably included. Anyways, let's move on. I think I've had too much coffee today. I really apologize. All right, let's get back to work. The next thing I need to do is that you can see that at the moment our features are right up to the edge of both edges and they're taking up a bit too much space. In order to get it looking a bit more like this, we need to add some padding. So the first bit of padding I'm going to add is to this feature section. So that's this big box here, and you can see the 3 parts highlighted. So we can go into our CSS and we can select the features section. So we are now down to title, image, and let's add features section. And let's just comment that out. So we can now target our features. And remember, it's an ID, so we have to use the hashtag or the #, and I'm going to add a padding around all four sides, and it's going to be 7% top and bottom and 15% left and right. So basically almost double the amount of space on the left and right as there is on the top and bottom. So now let's hit refresh, and you can see this is looking pretty nice, right? So each of our feature boxes are now centered in the middle of our feature div. And you can see that with that little bit more white space, it's much easier to read, a lot more organized, and it's getting close to what we want as our final outcome. So the amount of padding that you might have added might differ from mine, but as long as you've got a similar end outcome, then that's absolutely fine. There's many ways of skinning a cat. It's probably not very vegan friendly. There's many ways to peel a carrot, maybe. Let me think on that. Oh boy, this video is going to need a lot of editing out. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is, you can see that over here, our text is nicely centered inside each feature box, making them feel quite together. But here they look a bit weird, especially when you're using icons like this. You tend to want to have your text centered around the middle of the icon. Otherwise, if it's all left aligned, it looks a little bit strange. So let's go ahead and do that. So remember that previously we added this feature box class, which goes around each and every feature. So now we can target that feature box class, and we can say something like, all the text inside each feature box should be aligned to the center. So let's check it out. Yep, looking pretty good. Now, each line is still a little bit too long, so we can add a bit of padding inside each feature box so that we push it closer together, so that the width goes down a little bit and we push all the text onto 2 lines, but it's very easy to glance and read rather than having these long lines. So I'm going to go ahead and add maybe around 5% of padding. And now our text is looking a lot shorter and a lot easier to read. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to change the fonts of these H3s that we've got over here. So you can see that each of the titles for the features are these H3s, which we can target quite easily up here. So we can say, let's change the font family to, I think we can change it to Montserrat Bold. And this is to establish the visual hierarchy, so that when a user looks at this website, the first thing that their eye is drawn to is usually the blackest, the boldest, the biggest thing. And we want that to be the title first, and then the subheading. As a web designer, very often it's kind of like you're a visual tour guide and you're guiding people through your website. So you want them to read, for example, a big title first, then maybe your brand, then maybe what all these buttons are about. And you can do that quite easily using the font weights and also the font size. So this is something that you can be aware of the next time you come across a well-designed website. See how they're establishing visual hierarchy and guiding you through the website. So I've already made the title very attractive to the eye. I'm going to tone down the subtitle, the feature text, by changing its color to a gray color so that we make it even lower on the visual hierarchy scale. So the feature text is contained inside some paragraph elements. So I'm going to go ahead and select the paragraph elements, and I'm going to change the color to this grayish color, which is 8F. Let's hit save and refresh, and you can see now that visual hierarchy is now unmistakable. There is no way that somebody's eye is going to be drawn to this line before it is drawn to this one. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Now, the next thing is we need to add some icons, right? And as I told you, we're going to get that from Font Awesome. So let's head over and let's search for those images. So I've got the heart one and the target and also the check mark, which is in a circle. So we've got these 3 icons and we're just going to copy them in there. So it was check, target, heart. So let's just rearrange this a little bit. So the first one is the check circle. So I'm going to copy that and place it inside our HTML, inside our feature box div, so that everything inside each feature is all grouped together. So that one was circle, the next one was bullseye, so that's going to go here, and the last one was the heart, which is going to go here. All right, so now you'll see that we have our tiny icons here, but that's a little bit too small to see, and we need to make it a little bit larger. So rather helpfully, the Font Awesome icons all come in different sizes. And in order to get a different size, for example, the 3x size, all you have to do is just add the class 3x or 5x or 7x into your Font Awesome icon. So in our case, I'm going to go for maybe the 4x. So we can go ahead and add, so this is Font Awesome symbol, Font Awesome check circle, and Font Awesome 4x. Now, if you refresh, you can see that is now a much larger size, and it's a lot easier to see and actually looks like a feature icon rather than just something very small. So let's go ahead and add that to all three other classes. Hit save, and now we have our icons sized and looking pretty good. All right, so now we need to style these icons. We need to give them a color. So in order to style the icons separately from the title and the feature text, then of course we need to give it a custom class. Now, of course, you can use any of the classes that has already been applied to it. But for example, if you pick this class, FA check circle, then you'll have to add more styles to these other two. Now, if you pick something that's common between all three, say FAS, that means if you use any Font Awesome symbol, then you're going to be applying the same style to that feature icon as well. So it's always a good idea to apply custom classes when you're trying to style it inside the CSS, unless you're just trying to customize some feature of Font Awesome or of Bootstrap. So in this case, I'm just going to give it a class of icon, and I'm going to paste it in all three places, and that allows us to now go into our CSS and style our icon. So our icon is going to be colored in this orangey color, and when we hover over it, it's going to be the same color as this background. So I've already provided those hex values to you. So the normal color is going to be EF8172. Let's hit save and check it out. Looking nice, right? So it'd be nice if there was a little bit of space between this icon and this title, because at the moment they're a bit too squished together. It's kind of sitting right on top of that feature and it doesn't look very good, a bit too mushed together. So let's add a margin bottom to the icon of maybe say just 1 rem. And you can see with just that little bit of space, it looks a lot nicer. Very often small touches can produce really dramatic effects. So the final thing that we want to do for our challenge is make it change color when we hover over the icons. And the color is going to be this same red color in our color palette. So do you remember how to change hover states? Well, we have to use a pseudo class called hover. So we select the icon, we use a colon, and we select one of these pseudo states. And the one that we want is called, I'm never going to get to it. All right, I'm just going to type it in. It's called hover. And we've seen this previously when we looked at classes and pseudo classes and selectors in CSS, but we're going to put it into action in this case. And when our icon is inside the hover state, I'm going to change the color to FF4C68, which is that pinkish color that we've got at the top. So now, dun dun dun, it's changing color every time we hover over it. And that wasn't even very hard, was it? All right, looking nice. So how did you get on with this challenge? If there was something that you couldn't implement or something you just found out about, then don't worry, go back, change your CSS code, change your HTML code in order to make it work. If you got it all right and it's all looking pretty good, other than maybe you got slightly different values for the margin or the padding, that doesn't matter. You're guessing by eye, right? So that's not a big deal. but it's all about knowing how to use those Bootstrap classes in order to make our features responsive, and also things like, the hover states that we learned before, and knowing how to change the font weight, what to select to change the font color, etc., and all of that good stuff. All right, so in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at another Bootstrap component, which is the carousel. And this is like a slideshow that we're going to implement so that we end up with a really, really cool testimonial section, which allows us to go between all of the different testimonials. So you have all of that to look forward to and more. So I will see you on the next lesson. All right, welcome back. We've already styled our title section, our features section, so it's now time to style our testimonial section. And we're also going to learn about a Bootstrap component called the carousel, which is going to create a sort of slideshow of all the testimonials that we got from our wonderful customers, like Pebbles over here. But first things first, let's style this section so that it looks nice before we start implementing the carousel. So similar to the feature section, we need to have a bit of padding here. It doesn't look very good to have long lines of text and images and text going right up to the edge. It feels very pure HTML. So let's go ahead and go into Atom, and we can see that in our testimonial section, we've got a section with the ID testimonial. So we can go in here and we can create a new comment. So this is going to be the testimonial section. And we're going to comment that out, and then we're going to target that ID called testimonial, and I can't remember if it was testimonials. Okay, this is really, really important. If your CSS isn't being carried out or something's not going right, always make sure that you check you've got the right selector name and you spelled it completely correctly. It's very, very easy to make typos, and none of the properties that you set inside here will work otherwise. So firstly, I'm going to add some padding, and it's going to be the same as we had in features. So it's 7% top and bottom and 15% left and right. So now it's a little bit more squished in, and it looks very uniform with the feature section, which I quite like. Now, the next thing is we need to have this text center aligned. It looks weird to have only one line of text that is on the left, and also to have our images on the left as well. So let's go ahead and go into testimonials, change the text align to center, and there we go, looking pretty nice. Now we're going to change the background color. So I want to have the same color as this kind of orangey red color so that we keep to our uniform color palette. So I'm going to style the background of this section to that color. And it's nice when you're creating these kind of one-page websites to have alternating white and colored sections, because at the moment we can't really see where the feature section ends and where the testimonial section starts. So if you're not going to have explicit pages in your website and you're only going to have sections on a one-pager, then it's really, really important that you have some sort of way of giving the user a cue that this is not the same section as this one. So I'm going to change the background color to the same one that we had before, which is this EF 8172. And now you can see that that is obviously clearly a different section than this one, right? It's pretty good. And our text can't really be black. It looks very, very odd. So in our colored sections, we tend to have white text, and in our white sections, we tend to have black text. So that works out well. So we can easily change that by just changing the color to FFF and refresh. Nice, looks better. Now, this is way too small for a piece of text that occupies the entire section, so we have to make some changes there as well. So that text is inside an H2, so we can go ahead and change the H2 up here, and I'm going to change the font family to Montserrat Bold, and I'm going to change the font size to maybe 3 rem, and then the line height to 1.5 just to give it more space. And now voila, we have a very, very proper looking heading for this section, which is our testimonial text. And that is going to draw all the attention of the user so they can see how much people love our product. Now, the next thing I want to change is this image. Firstly, it's way too big, and also I kind of want it to be a round circle profile image. So in order to do that, we need to target this image, and in order to target the image, we of course need a class. So the class is going to be called testimonial image, and hit save, and we're going to copy this over to our styles.css. Now, in most situations, I never recommend copy and pasting, but there's one exception. When you have long class names or something that's a little bit difficult to spell, then it's a good idea just to copy it over and use it as the selectors so that you know you definitely haven't made any typos, because this is a very, very common cause of your websites not working the way that they should do when your selector is spelt differently from your class. Even small adjustments, say one letter is capitalized and it's not in the HTML, then it's not going to target the right thing. So now that we've got the testimonial image selected, we can go ahead and make it smaller by changing the width, let's say down to 10%, looking a lot smaller. Then we can make it rounded by, if you remember, changing the border radius to 100%. And that makes it a circle. And we need a little bit of space between this image and basically everything else, too tightly packed with everything else around. So I'm going to give it just maybe a 20 pixel margin all around. And now it's looking a lot nicer. Now, while I'm here, I'm also going to style this press section, which is basically sitting at the bottom of the testimonials. This is kind of the cred section, right? This is when a user lands on your website and sees how much cred you have based on how much other users love you, how much coverage you've had in the media. And so I'm going to group it together in the same section, and I can do that by giving it the same background color. So let's go ahead and check out our press section. It's also got a ID, and we can use that to change some of its styling. So I'm going to target the press section, and I'm going to give it the same background color. And you can see now they look like they belong in the same section. Now I need these images to be center aligned and not aligned all to the left and bunched up like this. So I'm going to add the text align property, and I'm going to change it to center. So now they're all center aligned. And then finally, this section cannot just end so suddenly like this, and we need to basically give it a little bit of a padding from the bottom. Let's add maybe just padding bottom of, say, 3%. And now it's lifted up a little bit and it doesn't look like it's so sudden. Now, last thing we need to do is that these logos are way too big. It's kind of stealing the show here. And remember what we spoke about earlier on about visual hierarchy. They can't be as important as the testimonial. So we need to make them smaller. So in order to change the press logos, we need to change these images. And I want to apply the same style to each image. So I need to give them the same custom class. And this is where one of those packages that we installed earlier on really comes into use. There is a package that we installed called Sublime Style Column Selection, and this comes from the Sublime text editor. And this is a feature that I really, really like, especially when you're working with HTML and you have these large stacks of elements and you want to apply the same class to it. I really don't want to just write it, then copy and paste, copy and paste. Nice feature here is that you can hold down the Option key and you can click and drag, and now you have a single cursor that is going to apply the same text to all 4 lines, which is really, really powerful, and I really like it. So I'm going to add class to all 4 lines, and I'm going to call it press logo. So now I have this class press logo that's applied to all 4 images, and that didn't take very much effort from my part at all. So let's go ahead and target the press logos, and let's change their width to make them a little bit smaller. Let's say maybe 15%. Yeah, that looks a lot nicer. And finally, I'm going to add a little bit of space between each of these images so that they don't look all so bunched together. So we can add a margin of, say, maybe 20 pixels from the top, 20 pixels from the left and right, and then 50 pixels from the bottom. And this will give it a bit of space between each logo, but also separate it from the testimonial section and also the bottom of this colored section. So I'm quite happy with that design, and we can now proceed to look at something a little bit more exciting. It's a little bit boring just to have a single testimonial, right? That seems like only one person ever used our app and actually liked it. So I'm sure there's more than one person who likes our product, right? I hope so. So we're going to use something called the Bootstrap carousel. And this is kind of like a slideshow that allows you to go through different content. And you've got the ones where it's kind of automated, like you've got over here. But you've got another one which is more manual, which is the one that we're going to use, where you can toggle through all the different slides. And in our case, each slide is just going to be a new testimonial from a new person so that we can show off how many people love our product. So let's first have a play around with it using code play. So if you go to the first example where there's slides only and copy the code here into a new code play playground, and of course remember to change your framework if you need to, and paste that code into the HTML section. So now let's hit run. Now it is working, but in this case, there's no source for the images, so they're not really showing up. Instead of looking for images and messing around with this, I'm simply going to select the carousel item, which is the class that is the div that contains each slide. And I'm simply going to give it a height of, say, 500 pixels. And I'm going to go into the div and I'm going to add an inline style. So style equals background color, red. And I'm going to add this inline style to all three slides. And the first one's going to be the red, second one's going to be yellow, third one is going to be blue. Hit run, and now let's pop it out to see what this looks like. So this is our first slide, which is red, and it says first slide. Our image is not working because we couldn't be bothered to find a valid image, but if you did put one in there, then it would work just fine. And now, after what seems like forever, our second slide has just slid into view. This one's yellow, this one says second slide, and if we have the patience and do not fall asleep before the third one comes along, then there we go. We've got a third slide as well. Now, it's a little bit slow, isn't it? And, you know, if you're on an actual website, it's probably not a great idea to have very fast carousels because it's kind of annoying. But how can you change the speed? Now, if we go into the Bootstrap documentation and we look at the usage options, which you can get to by clicking down here, then you can see that there's quite a few different options that we can actually change about these carousels. We can change, for example, the interval, which is the amount of time delay between cycling the items. Now, the default is 5,000 milliseconds. That's the unit here, even though it's not really said here. So 5,000 milliseconds is basically 5 seconds. Now, if we wanted to speed it up, we can change that interval to, let's say, maybe every second. So we go into the div that is our carousel, which is here. And as it says here, you have to append the option name, which is called interval, to data dash. So for example, data interval equals this. So we're going to go in here and we're going to add that attribute data dash interval. And we're going to set it to equal to 1,000, which is going to be 1,000 milliseconds, or basically cycling every second. So let's hit run. And now every second our carousel is changing its slide. Now, before I blind you, there's a whole bunch of other options that you can change. For example, should the carousel react to keyboard values? So for example, going left and right. Should it be paused when the cursor is hovering over the carousel. So let's go ahead and see what some of those things might look like. So let's, for example, add the one where we can pause on hover. So let's add the attribute called data-pause, and it's going to equal to hover. Now, if we hit run, our slides will continue going at the speed of light, but once I put my cursor inside it, then it will pause, which is quite a nice feature. And some websites are too lazy to implement this, which is really frustrating when I want to read what's on that particular slide in the carousel. Now, another thing that we can change is the slide class here. So if we removed that from the carousel class, then you can see that it no longer slides, but just changes to the next carousel item. But I quite like this sliding animation, so I'm going to put it back in. And the final one I want to show you is how do you stop this autoplay? Well, you can change ride. So data ride over here, if it's equal to carousel, will just autoplay. If it's set to false, then it will only play if you tell it to, through maybe the keyboard buttons or through some carousel buttons. So it's not autoplaying anymore. So how do we change the slides? How do we go from slide 1 to slide 2? Well, if we have a look in the docs, there's another type of carousel which has controls. So it has these buttons that lets us go between the different slides. And that's what I want to implement for our Tindog website. So how can we do this? So I want to have a static carousel that doesn't autoplay. So I'm going to leave data ride equals false. Now, I don't need a data interval anymore because that only applies to the animation of auto scrolling between the different slides. And data pause on hover I also don't need because it's stopped by default. So now if we look inside this example which has the controls, then you can see that the difference between this one and the previous one that didn't have controls is that it has some buttons down here. It has a carousel control previous and a carousel control next. So let's go ahead and copy these two buttons over to our code play. And you can see down here, they've put in it just above the last div. So we're going to do exactly the same. So now if we hit run and we pop it out, you'll see that we now have buttons, but they don't work yet. Now, the reason is because as with all of these Bootstrap buttons, they have a href that targets the carousel, and it needs to be the same name as the ID of your carousel. So for example, in this case, the ID is carousel example slide only, but this href is targeting something called carousel example controls. And that's because in the second example, the ID was called carousel example controls. So let's change this. Let's make it target something like just called testimonial carousel. And we can make that the same href for the previous as well as the next buttons. And of course, we need to change the actual ID of the carousel over here. So now, whenever each of these buttons are pressed, they target the carousel that we've got in place. And now if I run our code, you can see that when I press on the buttons, it actually changes through the slides. And it works both for the next and the previous buttons. Now, let's go through each and every line of this code just so that we understand fully what it's all about. So the first thing is a div that has the ID of the carousel. And this, of course, remember, needs to be unique across your page. Next, we add some custom Bootstrap classes, which is carousel, which says that this div is going to be a carousel, and slide, which, if you remember from earlier on, says that our slides should animate in from the right or left rather than simply just appearing. Data ride equals false means that it doesn't autoplay, so we've got that line sorted. Next, we've got the carousel inner, and this is going to contain the contents of the carousel items, so the slides that will be changed. Inside carousel inner, we've got 3 carousel items. And the first one, the first page that you want to show on your website, so when you load up your website, the first slide is marked with an active class. And you have to have one of these carousel items being marked as the active class. Now, the next thing is some inline style that we put in just to be able to distinguish the 3 slides from each other. And then inside each of these, we've got some content. So you can have an image, or you can have, say, an H1. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything about the carousel. And in fact, later on, we're going to be putting our custom testimonials inside here as the carousel item content. So we can ignore these images like here and here. Then we get to our 2 buttons. So the first button has the class carousel control previous, and that is this left button over here. And it has an href to know which carousel to target, because you can have multiple carousels in your HTML, right? So it needs to know which one it should affect. Then the role of it is the button. Now, ideally, you want to use an anchor tag as the HTML element that's going to be the button, but it doesn't have to be. It could be something like an H1 that you might want to assign the role of button to, right? So this is what it's all about. You have to add this role equals button to change our anchor tag into a button. Next is data slide previous. So this says which direction should your carousel slide. So this is going backwards and this one is going forwards. And the next line is a span, and this is the button icon. So this little arrow over here. And this comes from Bootstrap by adding in that class. And aria hidden equals true. Now, this is something that we saw in the nav bar as well, and we didn't really talk about it too much. But aria hidden basically means that when a visually impaired person comes across your website, they usually have something called a screen reader, which goes through the website and reads what is on there so they can hear what we can see. Now, for things like buttons, you don't really want the screen reader to read out left button, right button, or, previous button, next button. So you have this thing called aria hidden, which basically means make the screen reader skip over this button span so that the visually impaired person doesn't have to listen to what all the buttons are. And this goes towards, making your website more accessible and friendly to people with disabilities. And this is actually a really, really big topic and a really, really important topic as well. So you can either keep it in or you can delete it, but just remember about your users who might be visually impaired. Now, the last span that we see in here is called SR only, and this stands for screen reader only. And that is what we said before, right? So instead of telling the user that there is a carousel control previous icon button, instead it just says previous on the screen reader. So you can either delete this if you're not planning on being accessible to people who have visual impairments, or you can include it and make sure that your website is more inclusive. Now, in our case, I'm actually going to get rid of it just because we're learning something new and want to keep the code as clean and pure as possible. So now this is what we've got as our carousel, and this is what we would like to implement in our website. So I like to test out the code in something like CodePlay before I put it into the website when it starts interacting with everything else, and it could lead to issues. So I want to have a pure version that's just working exactly as I need it to, and then I can transplant it into the website. So let's go ahead and copy all of this HTML over here, and we're going to put it into our index.html for our Tindog website. And I'm going to place it inside the testimonial section, of course. So now you might notice that there is this section that has been commented out. So if you select it and you hold down Command on Mac or Control on Windows, then you press the / button, then it will uncomment it and take it back into the flow of our website. So we now have 2 testimonials. So we can change our code to have 2 carousel items. So I'm going to delete the third one basically. And the first one is no longer going to have the H1 of hello, but instead it's going to have this first testimonial with pebbles that we saw earlier on. And the second one is going to be from Beverly from Illinois. I feel like I'm on a game show. Beverly from Illinois, you have just won Not very much. So now that we've updated that, let's just check to make sure that everything else is in order. And one thing that we've transplanted over that we don't really want or need are these inline styles. So we can get rid of our inline styles that changes the background color because we have a beautiful background color already. So let's hit save and let's hit refresh. And you can see we now have a testimonial. And if I go left or right, then you can see that it's scrolling through the 2 different testimonials I've got. And obviously, if you have more, then you can keep adding them in, right? And the nice thing is that all the styles that I added previously, because I've got all the classes in place in the second testimonial, I didn't have to add or change any styling at all. Now, there's just one last eyesore that I want to fix before we finish off this section. And that is, I'd really like these buttons to be further out here so that they're not so close to my testimonial text because it looks a little bit weird to my eye. Now, the reason why that's happening is because our padding is applied to the testimonial section. So this entire section is the testimonial section. And if you have a look on Chrome Developer Tools, then you can see that it has quite a lot of padding around all 4 sides. And that is squishing in these buttons here. So in order to change that, we can apply the padding to only the parts that we want to be padded. So what we can do instead is we can apply that padding to each carousel item so that the content inside the carousel items are padded. So the H2, the image, and the EM, they're all bunched in the center. But to have the buttons outside of that padding so that it has more space and it's more visible and more easy to click on. So to do that, all we need to do is to target the carousel item, and we're going to move the padding from the testimonial section, which is section wide, to only inside the carousel item. So now if we hit save and refresh, then you can see our buttons are now all the way out here. And if you take a look at pesticide, you can see that the buttons are now occupying a much larger space and it's hard to miss. So if you click anywhere in this section, it will scroll through the testimonials. But our padding for our carousel items are still in place and it still looks exactly the way that it did before, just we now have more logically placed buttons. So I hope you enjoyed this section of learning about the Bootstrap carousel, and it might be worth for you to have a play around with some of the other examples that they've shown inside your CodePlay playground. But in the next lesson, we're going to learn about another Bootstrap component, which is really, really useful, and that's the Bootstrap cards. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so it's looking pretty good as we are already. We've got our title section styled, our features page, our testimonial part styled, and now it's just a matter of styling the pricing section down here. And this is a commonly used component on many websites that you go to. You'll see a pricing table, so you don't always have to reinvent the wheel. And in fact, if you remember from earlier on, if we have a look at the Bootstrap examples, you'll see that one of the examples is just a pricing page that was built using Bootstrap. So we can actually just copy this component and put it into our website and style it up and then customize the style to our liking. So let's see how we can do that. So if you open up the Chrome Developer Tools and you click on this arrow, then we can start selecting the parts that we want. Now, there's quite a few different divs around here. For example, there's this top pricing header, there's this part which is the entire body, and then there's like sort of down here, which is a container that contains the footer as well as the pricing table. But if we navigate to around here, we've got this card deck that includes nothing but just the pricing table. So that's basically what we want. And if you click on the drop down menu, you can see that this is what it contains. So let's take a closer look at this. So if you right click on this card deck and you hit copy element, and we head over to, again, CodePlay, and we start a new playground. We can paste it into here and of course change our Bootstrap version and now hit run, and you can see that we've got a ready-made pricing table that we can just paste into our project. Now, of course, you can change the code as you wish. So for example, this button down here, it's a button large outline primary, so that's the blue color. So what if we wanted it to be outline dark, for example? Then we end up with outline dark, a black button. And you can go through this and modify the parts that you want, and of course change the relevant bits of text to what your company is going to advertise. But essentially, this is a really, really quick and easy way of importing and using components. And it's not just Bootstrap examples that you can look at the code from. There's a website called Bootsnip, which I recommend you to take a look at, where they've got snippets of code for all sorts of different components that you can look at and refer to and see how they were created. So for example, if you wanted to look for a, I don't know, maybe like a login screen, then you can see that there's many, many different things that people have styled up and created the components. And you can look at the HTML and the CSS that was needed to create this. And you can, of course, incorporate it into your own project, depending on the licensing for each of these components. But, you know, in our case, we're learning about Bootstrap. So as always, we want to understand what we're doing before we start just blindly copy and pasting code. So let's try and understand how this pricing table was constructed and create our own using the same underlying Bootstrap components. So in the example code that you see here, the word that comes up the most often is this word card. And this is because what they're using here in order to create this pricing table is a Bootstrap component called Bootstrap Cards. And this provides a container that looks something like this. So you can have an image at the top, a title, some text, and a button. And because in most cases, a lot of websites need something like this, they've made it easy for you to incorporate this using Bootstrap. So the cards are a little bit like your HTML. They have a header, they have a body, and they can also have a footer if you so wish. So let's head over to our code pen and just hit Command A, and we're going to delete all of our existing HTML code. Now let's create a card from scratch with a header, a body, and a footer. And we can do that by following the documentation code over here. So the first thing that we'll need is a div with the class that's card. So this is going to be a card. And inside here, we're going to have a card header, a card body, and a card footer. So that's going to be 3 divs. And the first one is going to have the class of card header. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this. And I'm going to create the other 2, which is going to be card body and card footer. And then if I hit run, it's actually quite hard to see what's going on here. So I'll add some text. So for example, this is the card header, card body, and card footer. All right, let's hit run. And you can see that this is what our card currently looks like. It's taking up the full width of the screen, which is why it's going from edge to edge, styling the different sections slightly differently. So the header has this little shadow up here, and it's highlighted in a sort of light gray color, and the body is white. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this last div, which is the card footer, which we don't really need. And I'm just going to copy the rest of the code so that we can, again, transplant it into our website. So in the pricing section, just below the title section and the subtitle, I'm going to paste our card in here. And I'm going to delete where it says card header and card body. Now we're going to need 3 of these because we have 3 pricing plans at the moment, and each of them are going to be a single Bootstrap card, just as they did over here in their pricing example. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this twice more so that we have 3 cards. and I'm going to move some of this content over. So for example, Chihuahua is going to be in the card header. That's the name of the pricing plan, and the rest of this content is going to be inside the card body. And we're going to do the same for the other two pricing tiers. All right, so let's just go ahead and beautify, and we're done. All right, so let's hit save and see what this looks like as it is. And you can see that similar to what we saw on CodePlay, they're actually taking up the full width of the page at the moment. Now we need to change that to make them stack side by side like so. Now in the case of this Bootstrap example, what they've done is they've used this class called a card deck. So let me show you what that does. So all we need is a div that is going to go around all three of our cards, and it's going to have the class of card deck. And then I'm going to move this closing div all the way down to here so that all three of our cards go inside the card deck div. So now if we hit save and we head over to our website and refresh, then you can see that automatically by wrapping all of our cards inside a card deck, they get distributed evenly across the width of the website, and they also end up with the same height. Now, there's just one problem with card decks. They're not quite as adaptable as the Bootstrap grid system. Now, if we take a look at the Bootstrap docs for cards, you can see that they've already got you sorted. So under using grid markup, you can see that you can actually place these cards inside our beloved Bootstrap grid system in order to size them accordingly to how responsive you want your website to be. So we should really know how to do this. But here's something new to challenge us. How can you make the third card become 100% at the iPad width, so basically medium and below, but keep the other two only 50%, but only when you get onto the full mobile size do you make all three 100% the width of the screen? So at this point, you've already seen and know quite a lot about Bootstrap grids, so I'm going to leave this to you as a challenge. So pause the video now and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so this is a little bit different, so it might have been quite challenging, but let's see if you got it right. So let's go through the solution now. The first thing that you need for any sort of grid system to work is you need a div class of row. So I'm going to replace card deck with row in this case because it's a little bit easier to work with in our case. Now, the next thing that we need to do is to wrap each of our cards inside a Bootstrap grid. So I'm going to create another div and I'm going to give this a class of column large 4 because by default, when we're on the larger sizes, so laptop and desktop sizes, I want each card to take up 4 units. So that's a third of the page. And that behavior I really want to have for all 3 cards. So I'm going to add the same for the other 2 as well. Column large 4 for the second card and also for our last card. Let's just beautify that. All right, cool. So now that means that on laptop and desktop, it should take up a third of the width. Now let's drill in a little bit deeper and specify what we want on iPad, which is the medium size. So on the medium size, we want the top 2 to take up half of the width. So that's going to be column medium 6. And I'm going to apply that to this one as well. So these 2 are going to be 50% on iPad, but the last one is either going to be column medium 12 to say that on the medium sizes it should take up a full 12 units, so the full width, or if you remember, if you don't specify any columns, it just defaults to 100%. So that means any size that's below large is just going to be 100%. And in this case, any size below medium is going to be 100%. So now if you hit save and refresh, and we start going down to our iPad size, you can see that we've got 1, 2, and 3. And then finally to our mobile size, 1, 2, 3. So that's looking pretty neat. Now, the next challenge I have for you is I want you to make these buttons match the Bootstrap example styles. So have it the same as these buttons. So namely, they're going to take up the full width of the card. The first one's going to be an outline button. The second two are going to be solid buttons, and it's all going to have the dark theme. So pause the video and see if you can complete this challenge. All right, so this one should be easy because we've done this quite a few times. So let's head into our HTML and start adding some more Bootstrap classes. So our button currently doesn't have any classes, so we need to add some. And we're going to add btn so that it styles it as a Bootstrap button. And then we're going to have btn large to specify that we want the larger button. And then we're going to say btn block so that the button takes up the full width of the card. And finally, the first one is going to be a btn outline dark button. And the other two buttons are going to have pretty much the same classes, apart from the fact that they're not going to be outline buttons and they're going to be just btn dark as in the solid buttons. So let's hit save and let's refresh, and voila, our beautiful buttons have appeared. So now all we need to do is just to change the CSS a little bit to customize the layout and the text. So the first thing I want to do is I want to add a little bit of padding from all sides. So let's head into styles.css, and the part that I'm going to put the padding on is this pricing section. So I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to add the pricing section. And here I'm going to target the pricing selector. Let's just check the spelling. Pricing looks good. And then I'm going to add that padding, which is going to be roughly around 100 pixels all four sides. And that gives it a little bit more space and it looks a lot nicer. Now, it's rare that you want this kind of static amount of padding on all sizes, but I find that with the pricing plan, even on mobile, you need a little bit of space all four sides, so I think it works quite well. Now, of course, if you feel different to how I feel, then feel free to change it to however you want it to. But I quite like the way that this is spaced out. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of padding around each of these columns that holds a card so that we push it down away from this title section and also give them a bit more space from each other. So let's go ahead into index.html and give each of these columns a class name. So I'm just going to call this pricing column. And I'm going to paste this class across all three cards. All right, so now let's hit save and we can go ahead and select that pricing column. And then we're going to add some padding in here. So the amount that I'm going to add is roughly around, I think 3% from the top and bottom, and then just 2% from the left and right, so from each of the cards. So now if we refresh, you can see that there's a healthy bit of space that moves the pricing table away from this title, and also we have a little bit more space between each of the cards. Now, the last thing I want to do is just to make all the content inside the cards center aligned, because our buttons are center aligned and it looks kind of weird when it's all left aligned and it's not lined up with the button. So in order to do that, I can go into the pricing section and change the text align property to center, hit save and refresh. And this is our beautiful pricing section. And you can see that took really very little effort at all. And you should now understand how each of these cards work and all of the components that we put inside, for example, the button or the card header. So this is a very, very simple pricing page that we've created ourselves without having to rely on the example code. And you can see that we're pretty close to what theirs look like. And that didn't really take very long at all. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to talk about some more advanced CSS rather than Bootstrap. And it's so that we can try and get our image to go behind this feature section so that it can cut it off at around this point. Because at the moment, this is a little bit too big. And I want the section to end right about here. So we have to move this image behind this feature section. So we're going to talk about the Z index and the CSS stacking order. All of that is yet to come, and I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so this is looking pretty awesome already, but we can make it look even better. So one of the things that bothers me a little bit is the fact that this image takes up so much space that our top title section is a lot bigger than it needs to be. So what I would like to happen is, what if we could make this image show up behind this features page, and thereby making this top section more compact and makes our website look a lot more together. So in order to achieve this look, we have to understand a more advanced CSS concept, which is the z-index. So we know that each element on screen has a X and Y position, so we could move this image up or to the right or to the left or downwards. But it's also got a Z position or a Z index, i.e. whether if it's more towards you or if it's going away from you. So in order to make this image go behind this features section, we have to make the image's Z index lower than this section's, so that it goes behind this section. Now, this is an advanced CSS concept, which is why we're covering it only now. And it's something that even fully fledged web designers and developers understand poorly. So we're going to tackle it at this stage when we've already pretty much gotten to grips with the basic CSS and Bootstrap. So I'm going to create a new code play so I can show you fully how this works. And I'm going to create 3 divs. Let's call the first one, give it a class of red. And we'll call this one red. And then we'll have a yellow and a blue. So I'm going to make all 3 of these divs have a height of 100 pixels and a width of 100 pixels. And then I'm going to give them all a border of, say, 1 pixel solid. And now I'm going to add some different colors to each of these divs. So let's say red will have a background color of red. And then yellow, same thing. And finally blue. All right, cool. So now if I hit run, we should see 3 squares that are red. Oh, I should have renamed this red, yellow, and blue. So we've got red, yellow, and blue, 3 boxes that are showing up one on top of each other. Because at the moment their position is by default static, so they stack and they don't combine into the same line. Now, the easiest way of making something show up on top of another thing is nesting it. So say if we put the yellow div instead of next to or at the same hierarchical level as the red div, let's say that we put it inside the red div. Now this yellow div becomes a child of the red div. And as we learned from before, children sit on top of their parents. So the yellow div is currently sitting on top of the red div. But other than this, if they were positioned at the same hierarchical level, all the HTML elements have a natural stacking order. So that means that whatever comes first in the HTML code, so closer to the top of the file, will be closer to the back. And as you go down in the HTML file, we come further and further forwards towards ourselves and away from the screen. So I can show you that a little bit better if I made all the divs position absolute. Because at the moment, all our divs are not overlapping. They're occupying a full row all to themselves, and that's because they are by default positioned static. Now, if anything that I've just said about positioning is confusing to you at all, make sure that you go back to the CSS section and check out the lecture on positioning, where we talk about absolute, relative, static, and all of those things. Now, for this part, I'm going to assume that you know what absolute does, which is basically take out the elements out of the HTML flow. So if I run it right now, you see that all we have is a single blue div, and that's not true. It's actually the blue div sitting on top of the yellow div sitting on top of the red div, but because they're all the same size and they've all been taken out of the HTML flow, they're now currently all positioned exactly on top of each other. But say if I go into the yellow div and I add a, I don't know, left 20 margin and a top 20 pixel margin, and then I maybe go into, and maybe I put, let's say we'll probably need 40 pixels left and 40 pixels from the top for the blue div. And now if I hit run, you can see that we've got 3 divs stacked on top of each other. It's much easier to see the natural stacking order, which is, if you remember, that the things that come first in the HTML will be right at the back, and then as we go down the HTML file, every other element becomes stacked on top of the previous elements. So this is the natural stacking order, just based on the order in the HTML code. So one way of changing the stacking order, for example, if we wanted the yellow div to be on top at the same position as it is right now, we can move it further down in the HTML code. So if I hit run, you'll see that now yellow is on top. It's still at the same position in terms of the X and the Y, but in terms of its stacking order, it's now the most in front because it's at the bottom of the HTML file. Now let's just undo that, because there's other ways of changing the stacking order. You don't really want to have to go into your HTML and move bits of code around just in order to change how it's stacked, right? You want to use CSS. And in order to use the CSS to change the stacking order, we have to use the property called the z-index. So for example, if we change the z-index of the red div, which is currently the bottommost div, if I change the z-index to 1 and I hit run, then you'll see that the red div is now brought in front of all the other divs, and it's now the closest to the user and furthest away from the screen. Now, what if we change the third div's z-index? Let's make it -1. So before I hit run, just remind ourselves that blue is currently second in the stack. It's yellow, then blue, then red, yeah? So now if we watch this, now that I've changed blue's z-index to -1, you can see that it now stacks at the bottom. It's below the yellow. So from this little experiment, you can see that the default z-index for all your elements is actually 0, because by changing one div's z-index to 1, we've made it show up above everything else. And by changing another one z-index to -1, we made it show up behind everything else. But you have to remember that the z-index is just one of many things that affects the stacking order. For example, let's say that we change everybody's z-index, so every single element, into -1, so they all have the same z-index. You can see that we revert back to the original stacking order that is based off the order of our code in the HTML file. So red, then yellow, then blue. So this is why the stacking order and using the z-index is such a complicated thing, because many, many things affect how your HTML elements stack on the screen. And just to make things even more complicated, you have to remember that the z-index only works if your elements are positioned, so it has a position. So if I delete that position property, so all the divs now become positioned statically, i.e. they don't have an explicit position set, and then I go into here and I change the z-indexes from, let's say, make this one 1, change the middle one to 0, and the last one to -1. So what you would expect with this code is that the red div should show up on top, then it's yellow, then finally it's blue right at the bottom. So basically reversing the current order. But you can see, because I deleted that position property setting to absolute, it doesn't actually stack. And even if I forced it to stack, it will not obey this order. Now, you might think that it's not working because at the moment my divs are not overlapping, but that's actually not true. So let's say that if I only make the first div, my red div, positioned absolute. So my red div is now positioned absolute. I'm going to delete the Z index from the last div, so making it revert back to 0. And then I'm going to make the first div have a Z index of 1, but the second one to have a Z index of 10. So if the Z index for the yellow div in fact worked, then it should be stacked on top of everything. As you'll see, if I hit run, it doesn't. And the reason is because it's not positioned. It doesn't have a position relative or a position absolute. It's still static. And what I'm trying to show you is that when you have an element that is not positioned, where you haven't set it to absolute, relative, or fixed, then the Z index does not apply. But as long as we give it a position, let's say relative, if I hit run, you can see it's now on top. If I change it to absolute, you'll see that it's still on top. If I change it to fixed, it's still on top. So the only one that doesn't work is position static, which is the same as no position defined. So as you can imagine, when you're trying to affect the stacking order of your elements on your website, it can get pretty complicated pretty fast. But I'm going to help you through this. I've made a flowchart to help you figure out which element is on top. And you can use it to ascertain between two elements which one is going to be on top of the other one. And you'll find that this is going to be pretty helpful as we get onto the challenges. And let me introduce you to the first challenge. I want you to use the flowchart and what you've learned about the Z index and stacking order to make our phone image hide behind the feature section. And I have to give you a hint. Remember that this section is actually not white, it's see-through by default. So you need to make this section's background color white explicitly if you want it to be able to cover the image. Now, with that hint and all of your knowledge that you've gained up till now, plus this PDF that you're going to be able to download in the resources section for this lesson, I want you to try and give this challenge a go. So the outcome that you're aiming for is the image hidden behind this feature section. So pause the video and give it a go. All right, so in order to change this, we of course have to go into Atom and head over to our styles.css. Now, the image in this case is called title image. And the second section, the feature section, has an ID of features. So the first thing that we said that we needed to do was to change the feature section's background color to white in order to make sure that it's not transparent at all. So if it does sit on top of another element, it will obscure it. Okay, so that's the first part, and at this point, nothing really is going to change. Now, the next part is that we have to make the title image go behind the features. So what if we changed its Z index to -1? Because remember, all the elements by default have a Z index of 0. So by making something -1, it will make it go behind the other things. Now, remember that in order for the Z index to work, we need to do one more thing. And that's, of course, setting the position to absolute so that that Z index actually gets activated and will actually work. So the next thing is making our feature section go on top of the title image. So we can do that by, of course, first changing its position to absolute and then changing its Z index to 1. So now 1 is greater than -1, so features should sit on top of the title image and we should achieve what we're looking for. Let's hit save and see what happens when we hit run. So a couple of things just happened. The first thing is, remember that we said every element by default has a z-index of 0. By giving the title image a z-index of -1, we've effectively moved it behind this title section, and now we can no longer see it because it's behind everything else. So we can't have that, so we have to delete that line. So what if we just changed the z-index of the feature section to make it go on top of the title image? Well, the other problem that you might spot around here is that our feature section is actually behind here. And the reason is because we've changed the position of the feature section to absolute. And remember, that takes any HTML element out of the flow of the document. So it's no longer stacking and following the natural order. So we can't have that either. So why don't we change this to relative, which we know will keep the element in the HTML flow, but it will allow our features to have a position, and we can give it a z-index in that case. So let's check to see if this configuration would work with our flowchart. So are they both positioned elements? Yeah, they are. They're both, one is absolute, the other one is relative. Do they both have a z-index? No, in this case, because we had to remove the z-index from the title image. But does one of them have a z-index? Yes, features section has a z-index. Does one have a z-index greater than 0? Yes, one is greater than 0. So the element with a z-index greater than 0 is going to be on top. So this should work if everything else is okay. So let's hit save and let's go and refresh. Ah, look, it's now working. Our image is partially hidden behind our feature section, and everything else still looks exactly the way we left it. So that's pretty good. And if you got the solution right by using this particular set of CSS properties, then well done. That's pretty good. You've understood how the z-index works, and I hope the flowchart has been useful. Now, just for bonus points, if you take a look at the flowchart, you'll notice that positioned elements that come later in the HTML flow are on top, even if they don't have a z-index. So what that means is that we can remove the second z-index here and simply leave it as positioned relative. Because if we check our flowchart with this current configuration, are they both positioned elements? Yes. Do they both have a z-index? No. Does one of them have a z-index? No. Actually, in this case, neither of them have a z-index. So we go down to here. Is one below the other in the HTML flow? Well, yes, feature section is below the title image. So the one below in the HTML flow is going to be on top. So this says that our feature section should be on top, even though we haven't actually set a z-index. So now let's go and refresh our page, and you'll see that absolutely nothing has changed because we've managed to make the stacking order work the way that we want it to by understanding not just the z-index, but also how other things affect the stacking order. So when you find yourself wanting to adjust the stacking order of elements, I hope that this PDF will come in handy and you can follow the flowchart to figure out which one is on top. So there's just one last thing that I want to adjust before we finish off, and that is, at the moment, this title page feels slightly unbalanced. We're cutting off a little bit too much of this image, and there's not enough space between the download buttons and the end of the section. So I really want to make that padding bottom a little bit larger so that we can push this section down a little bit more. So to achieve that, if we take a look, we can see that our top section, or our title section, is contained inside a container fluid. So the container fluid has padding top and bottom 3% and 15% left and right. So if you switch on pesticide, you can see that all of this is just the container fluid. So if we made its padding a little bit larger, but only on the bottom, then we can actually achieve the effect that we want. So for example, if we want to go for a dry run, we can select the container fluid and change its padding bottom. So at the moment it's 43, right? What if we change that to, say, I don't know, 100? then you can see that this looks a lot more appealing, seeing just a little bit more of that image and having a little bit more space. So let's go ahead and do it for real inside our style.css. We're going to change the container fluid, but we want to leave the other values the same. So I still want 3% on the top, 15% left and right, but I'm going to add a 7% padding to just the bottom. So remember, when we only have 3 values for things like padding and margin, the first one is top, second one is left and right, and the last one is the bottom. So if we hit save and we refresh, then you can see it's pretty much the same as what we saw previously when we tried to change it in Chrome Developer Tools. Now, the next thing I want to change is it would be really nice if my image could align on the right with the end of my menu. At the moment, it looks like it's a little bit too mushed to the left, and I would really like to push it to the right a little bit. So to do that, I can go into my image, which is called title image, and because it's already positioned absolute, and I can specify that it should maybe just be 30% from the right. And if we hit save and refresh, then you can see that the margin to the right is now a lot lower and it's only 30%, and that distributes it a little more to the right and looks a lot better. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to talk about another advanced CSS concept, which are responsive breakpoints. And that will allow us to specify exactly how we want the CSS to change depending on the size of the screen. So we would be able to create responsive layouts without having to rely solely on the Bootstrap grid system. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so in the last lesson, we managed to change the Z index, or rather the stacking order, of our title image over here to make it display behind the feature section. Now, if we look closely, though, at this title section, there's still a few teething problems. Firstly, if I move this into mobile size, you can see that my image actually disappears, and it's also still rotated, which is really odd. The second thing is that even when I'm in the mobile size, when it's really small, my title is still left aligned, which also looks very strange. So how can we modify our website's looks on mobile? Well, so far, the responsiveness that we're getting, whereby, the left and the right parts here are taking up 50%, but then on mobile, they go into 100%. This is coming from Bootstrap grids, remember. And it works well enough, but if we wanted to fine-tune this, we'll need to use another advanced feature of CSS, which are CSS media queries. And I want to show you how you can actually use just plain old CSS in order to produce responsive designs by learning about these media queries. So you might ask, why do I care, right? Why do I care how good it looks? Why do I have to make so many designs for how it looks on mobile as well as on web? Why can't I just have one design and just be okay with it looking good on the web, right? Well, the problem is that since about October-ish 2016, the number of people who browse the web on mobile overtook those who browsed on desktop. So there's actually more people right now who go on websites from their phone than from a desktop computer or a laptop. So it really is the generation of mobile first. And this is why we always have to think about responsiveness whenever we design websites. Now, what are some of the ways that we can deal with this? Well, number one is do nothing. Basically, bury your head in the sand and pretend that nothing happened and just, make your normal desktop websites and be done with it. Well, the problem is that you actually get punished for this kind of behavior. So you may or may not know, but Google rankings are affected by whether if your website is mobile friendly or not. And there's in fact a really helpful web page where they allow you to put in the URL of your website and they will test to see how mobile friendly it is. If it's not mobile friendly at all, as in it looks really awful and difficult to read on mobile, you get penalized in the Google search rankings. And we all know nobody checks anything on Google page 2 or page 3. So this really, really does matter, especially if you're running a business, right? Now, how can we use a website to test this? Well, we can go to our trusty 90s websites. This one is a development design studio called Lamsoft. And it's pretty interesting if you just take a look at it, actually. Firstly, you get a whole 20 seconds of looking at their logo. Then you get another 20 seconds of looking at this flash animation. So it just repeats itself forever until either we die of boredom or 20 seconds is up. And then, as if all of that wasn't enough, you get another flash animation for 15 seconds. But finally, we get onto the homepage. And it is Killer Website Development, Lamsoft Productions. Let me make your website a place to be proud of. I'm really not sure if we should be proud of this website, but it seems like a relic from the 90s. So maybe if we, time traveled, then this is what was actually cool back then. Anyways, this is clearly not a mobile optimized website. I mean, just what happens? Nothing happens, right? So if we plug this into our mobile friendly test, let's paste that URL in here and let's hit run test. Let's see what the verdict is from Google. All right, so definitely no. Page is not mobile friendly. The text is too small, the viewports are not set, and you will be punished on the Google search rankings. So let's not do that. Let's not ignore mobile friendliness, and we have to do something. So what can we do? Well, we can either make a separate mobile site which redirects users if they're trying to browse from mobile. And many large websites actually do this. For example, if you try to go onto Facebook on your mobile device, not through the app, but through your browser, then you actually get redirected not to facebook.com, but m.facebook.com. And that M stands for mobile because they've actually created a separate site that's laid out perfect for mobile viewing. And you can go there on your normal laptop as well if you just head over to m.facebook.com, and you'll see how they've structured and designed the website completely differently from their desktop version in order to be more mobile friendly. Now, that's also a lot of work. You're kind of designing two separate websites, right? So the third solution, and what I would recommend as the best solution, is to just make your websites responsive so that it looks nice on desktop, on laptop, on iPad, on tablet, and on your mobile. And that is what we're going to learn about today. And we're going to make our website responsive, not using external tools like Bootstrap or any of the other frameworks, but we're going to use CSS native functionality. And the one that we'll be using are media query breakpoints in order to achieve this responsiveness. But firstly, what exactly are media queries? Well, let's find out by creating a new CodePlay playground. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove our Bootstrap framework. So I'm going to go with no framework because, as we said before, this is a pure CSS feature. It's not related to Bootstrap or even jQuery. And in fact, if you leave the Bootstrap framework there, it might actually affect the media queries. So I want you to remove the framework completely and hit save. Now we're going to create a new H1. I'm just going to say hello world. And if I hit run, you can see we've got this nice black text. And as we all know, we can go into the CSS and simply say something like, let's target the H1s and change its color to red. So we know that when I hit run, it's going to change the text color to red. Now, what if I only want it to be red under certain conditions? So say if I wanted to say that only when my website is being printed do I want the text to be red. How can I affect my website on that kind of level? Well, this is where media queries come in. So I can say add media, then I'm going to give it a statement to evaluate whether if it's true or false. So I'm going to say media print. So if our website is under the condition of being printed, then this will equal true. And that means that all of this code inside the brackets will get carried out. So now let's hit run, and you can see that under normal conditions, my website just has an H1 that's black. But if I now hit print, you can see that the text is now red. And that comes from our handy media query. Now, there's other media queries apart from print. There are things such as screen, which is dependent on the screen size or screen resolution. There's also another one, for example, speech, which will be activated if the website is being read to a visually impaired person, for example. So we can use all of these different types for our media query. And this is kind of roughly how the media queries are structured. Firstly, you have the @media keyword, which says that everything that comes afterwards is a media query. The next thing is the type of media or medium that we are selecting on. So the code should only be activated if the website is being displayed on a screen, or if it's being printed, or if it's on a screen reader. All of those kind of things. And then the third thing is the feature. So as we said before, the media queries is a query. So we're checking to see if something is true or false. So we can check to see, for example, if the media is a screen, i.e. being displayed on a device, and the feature is that its minimum width is 900 pixels. So we're checking to see what size the website is being rendered in. Is it being rendered in something that's really large, like a desktop computer? Well, then in that case, we're going to change something. Now, instead of checking whether if our website is in the printed condition, we can also check for other things like screen resolution or screen size, which is more applicable to when we want to make our websites responsive. So let's delete the print statement. And let's say instead that under the conditions where our website has a max width of, say, 900 pixels, so we know from CodePlay's estimates that a laptop is roughly 1200 by 264 pixels, and a tablet is roughly 880 pixels by 264. And the 880 is, of course, the width. So that means that if we say that under the conditions where the website is being displayed and the maximum width is 900 pixels, so if the website is 900 pixels in width or less, then we will change the H1's color to red. So let's pop this out, and we can see that on laptop size, it is black. Our H1 is black, but as we get smaller and we go to the tablet size, you can see that our color just changed dramatically. It just turned red. And when our website is any size that's 900 pixels or smaller, so tablet or mobile or, any sort of small device, then we can change and affect our CSS. So what might you want to change in here? So for example, what we might want is that, say, under normal conditions, we want the H1 to be displayed with a font size of, say, 30 pixels, right? So if I hit run, you can see that it's roughly the same size as before. It's large enough for somebody on a desktop size. Now, what if when our screen gets smaller, say on a tablet or mobile, I want the font size to be a little bit bigger so that it's easier to see. So let's change the font size on mobile and tablet to, say, 60 pixels, double the size. So now if I hit run, you can see that nothing really happens on the desktop laptop sizes. But once I trip that breakpoint, that 900 pixel point, you can see it's right here, then our font gets doubled in size and it's now much easier to see on a smartphone. Now you might want to go the other way too. Maybe you want the text to be smaller on the phone and larger on the desktop to take up more space that's available. But essentially, we've managed to create a media query breakpoint at 900 pixels, where when this becomes true, the code that's inside these brackets gets enacted, and we override the existing font size with our font size for smaller devices. Now, the wording of these breakpoints are a little bit confusing, I must admit. because you can have max width and you can have min width. So if the minimum width is 900 pixels, then we're now targeting in the other direction. We're saying that when our website is being displayed on any device that's 900 pixels wide or greater, then we want to change the font size. So if I hit run now, you can see that when this is being displayed on a laptop or desktop size, it's massive. But when I trip that 900 breakpoint and go into tablet or mobile, then it reverts to the normal styling. So this media query is only valid from 900 pixels onwards. Now, you can also use more than one parameter to really narrow down the range where you want this media query to occur. So, for example, you can combine a minimum width of, say, 900 pixels and a maximum width of, say, 1000 pixels. Then in this case, our code inside these brackets is only going to be triggered and used on a viewport that is greater than 900 pixels but less than 1000 pixels. So there's only a 100 pixel gap where this code is going to work. So let me show you what this looks like. So you can see that normally we have our 30 pixel H1, and when it's really small, we still have a 30 pixel H1, but I flashed through the middle because I want to show you that there's a small 100 pixel gap where we reach 900 pixels, but before 1000 pixels, that our H1 is changed by our code in here. So you notice just now that I used a few different words, and this is something that you have to be really careful about when somebody else talks about the size of something, right? So for example, you can have something that is the size of the device. So this is a fixed thing. So for example, your laptop is going to have a larger device width than the tablet. And you can't change the device width unless, you decide to saw it in half or something, which probably won't work anymore. Don't do this at home. Please don't blame me on this. I don't want anybody's parents or spouses to blame me for their broken TVs. But your device width doesn't change. Now, the other thing that we talk about is your browser size. Now, as you saw, I can change my browser size simply by toggling it left and right. Now, the last thing, which is what we tend to talk about when we're talking about responsiveness, is the viewport. And this is the size of the screen that your website is being displayed on. So all of these terms mean different things, and it's really important that you remember what they mean when we refer to it, because otherwise it can get a little bit confusing. All right, so let's head back to apply what we just learned to our project. So what we need to happen is that when we go into the tablet size or smaller, we need to change the position of our image from position absolute, where it's taken out of the HTML flow and it doesn't take up its own space, even when you can't even see it anymore, like in this case. So in order to do that, we have to change the position of this to static when it's being displayed on a smaller screen. So it starts taking up the full amount of space that it needs again. Now, the other thing I want it to transform and rotate back into the straight axes. So I want that image to be straight and not tilted like we have in the laptop size. And finally, I want the text in this title to be center aligned when we're on the tablet and mobile size, so it doesn't look so weird being left aligned. And in terms of Bootstrap grids, you can see the point at which the medium size triggers. So the tablet size triggers right here. And if you open up Chrome Developer Tools, and we're not actually using the panel, if we just drop it down, you can see that on the right up here, we've got the width being displayed as I toggle it. So let's take a look at our website design and see at which width or at which point does our design start getting weird. So as we get narrower and narrower, our title and our images are being kind of squished together more and more. So this point we're at 128, and this still looks good, but any smaller than that, then it starts looking kind of weird. So let's target that size with a media query. So we're going to create a media query just by using the media keyword. Then we're going to say the width that we want to target. And in this case, I'm going to use max width because this is going to refer to the viewport sizes where the width is, say, 128 pixels and below, which is going smaller and smaller. So this is a good point, I think, to start changing the CSS. So at this point in, not really time, but in viewport width, I'm going to change the title image. So you would write your CSS just as you would write it inside anywhere else, but it's now inside this media query where this code only gets carried out under the conditions where this is true. So when our viewport is 1028 pixels or smaller, then we want to change our position back to static. And if I hit save and refresh, then you'll notice that when I get into the smaller sizes, so when I go past that breakpoint, then our image becomes the original static size. So it's back into the flow of the HTML and it's not getting cut off by anything else. Now, the next thing we want to do is to rotate it back to the center. So to do this, we have to use the transform property, and we're going to rotate it. Now, you might think that you need to rotate it backwards. So you say minus however many degrees. But actually, this is the absolute rotation. So this is rotate back to 0, which means that it's straight up. So let's hit save and refresh. And you can see now on the tablet size and mobile size, we're getting a vertical phone with the image, and it's now taking up the entire space of our title section. It's not being cut off at all. So now the last thing I want to do is I want to make everything inside this title section center aligned because it looks very, very weird at the moment being left aligned when it's this small. So we can do that by adding the title selector, and we're going to say text align center. So now you'll see that our website looks beautiful on mobile and tablet, and also looks great on laptop and desktop. And we've managed to do all of that simply by using the CSS breakpoints. And what you'll find is that generally with broad stroke responsiveness, you can do a lot of that with Bootstrap grids. But for fine tuning and for really narrowing down on the exact design you want for mobile, tablet, and laptop, you will often find yourself using these CSS media queries. So when you're designing a responsive website, there's really two ways or two directions where you can go about doing this. You can either go mobile first, so you start designing your website at sort of this size, and then you start looking at how you can make it look good on laptop. Or the other way, which is what we've done basically, is designed our website for desktop and then made it responsive and look good on the smaller sizes. Now, there's a lot of debate about which direction is better, but what I recommend is that you actually try doing it both ways. So starting by designing and creating your HTML and CSS for a mobile size website, and then trying to make it responsive on tablet and laptop, and also going the other direction for maybe another website project, and you'll find out which you prefer. And it's better to just try it out for yourself, because if you do it well, the end result looks similar, but people tend to have a preference as to which direction they create their websites. So it's a good thing to explore. Now, in the next lesson, we've got another challenge for you. And I want you to complete this website by completing the last call to action section and also the footer. Now, there's nothing new here that you haven't learned before, but you'll be doing it yourself and it's going to be a lot of fun. So head over there once you're ready and get started with the next challenge. All right, so how did you get on with that challenge? Well, if you manage to style your website to look more or less like what we've got here, then you win. Ding, 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 ding. But if you struggled or if there was anything that was unclear, then I'm going to walk you through the solution so that you can do it along with me. Now, you can see that to turn this into this, there's still a little bit of work that we have to do in terms of styling. And the first thing is to change the call to action section to a different background color. So let's go ahead and do that now. So you can see that we've got this call to action or CTA section, and this is the ID that we can use to target that section. So if we scroll all the way down, but just before the media queries, we can add in a new section called the CTA section. And I'm going to comment it out, and this is our new section. Now I'm going to target the CTA ID, and I'm going to change the background color to that pinkish red color that we had before, which is FF4C68. So let's hit save and check it out. All right, looks good. Now we mentioned previously that whenever our background is colored, we want the text to be white and not black because it doesn't look contrasty enough. So let's go ahead and add some text color, and we're going to make it FFF. And now we have white text instead of black text. Now, currently, our content of the section is pretty much stuck to the left and the top and the bottom, and it's all too squished together. So let's give this section some padding like what we've done for all the previous sections. So we're going to use the same amount of padding as we had in, say, the carousel or in the features section, which is 7% top and bottom and 15% left and right. So now we got a little bit of padding, looking nice, right? So the next thing that you might want to address is the heading. It's far too small for a call to action. I mean, as a call to action, you want to grab people's attention, right? Not be like an afterthought. So let's go ahead and change the style of that heading. So we've got an H3 here, but you can see we've already styled the H3 for the feature titles up here. So we can't really override this. So what do? Let's give it a custom class. Now the class I'm going to give it is CTA heading, and I'm just going to copy that over to here so that I can target it down here. CTA heading, and remember this is a class, whereas this is an ID. So I know I'm getting repetitive, but it's really important you don't mess this up. All right, so now we've got our CTA heading, and we want to change our font family to probably the heaviest Montserrat that we can find, which is Montserrat Black. And this is the same font as the one that we've got up here as our heading. So Montserrat Black, and also we're going to change the font size to maybe 3.5 rem and the line height to 1.5. So let's hit save, let's refresh, massive call to action. Looks pretty good. So you'll notice that this looks very awkward being left aligned. So let's go ahead and fix that and go into the parent section and change text align inside the parent container to be center. And now we have centered items and centered text. Next, what's the next thing that looks weird? Well, the download buttons look pretty weird. So let's apply some Bootstrap styles. So let's add a class and let's give it the BTN style, and then BTN large, then BTN dark. And then we will just simply copy and paste this icon from up here, which is the Apple icon. And we're going to put it over here. And then again, I'm going to copy the Google Play icon. Now, of course, you can go on to Font Awesome and get all of this fresh, but it's exactly the same. So why not just reuse the code that we've already got? So now let's hit save and let's add a class to the second button. And this again is going to be BTN, BTN large, BTN light. So hit save and refresh. Nice. We've got some nice buttons. Now, they're a little bit too close to each other and too close to the heading, so we need to give it some custom CSS styles. Now, you would have noticed that we've already applied some styles up at the top to give it a nice amount of separation and a bit of margin away from anything else. So, what if we just borrowed the class that we used up here, which was download button, and we simply straight up just applied it over here as is. Now let's hit save, refresh, and that looks pretty good. So now we're pretty much done with the CTA section. All we have is the footer that's left. So the footer, of course, again needs a whole load of padding, and we're going to use the same amount of padding as we had before to give the content the same amount of separation from the edges. So let's go ahead and check that we've got the footer with an ID called footer. So we can target it down here, and I'm just going to add the footer section comment. And then I'm going to target the footer ID, and I'm going to give it a padding of, you got it, 7% and 15%. All right, so we now actually have a footer, which is pretty sweet. Again, content needs to be centered, so let's add text align center, centering our text. And finally, we need to add some social icons from Font Awesome. So let's head over to Font Awesome /icons, and we're going to grab Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and envelope. All right, nice. So let's copy Facebook and put it in here into the footer. Then next one is Twitter. All right, next one is Instagram. And finally, our mailing option. All right, cool. So now let's refresh our website, and we now have icons. Pretty cool. Now, the icons are a little bit too close to each other at the moment, so we need a little bit of margin around each of them just to give it a bit of separation and not look so bunched up, and it'll be difficult to click on individual ones at the moment. So let's give each of these icons another class. So I'm holding down the option button to engage the Sublime like selection, and I'm going to call this social icon. All right. So now I can go into my styles.css and I can target the social icon and give it a margin of, say, 20 pixel top and bottom, 10 pixels left and right. All right, now let's hit refresh, and sweet, we have a footer. Now, if you look through your website, this is a beauty of a startup website. You could probably launch Tindog right now and start using this beautiful website. It does not look out of place compared to any of the other startup websites that you see these days. So I think we did a pretty good job. Now, just to finish off, the last thing I want to enable is to make these navigation buttons work. And I want to show you why it is that we gave each section an ID. So one of the things that you can do is you can use a href that's not a URL and it's not a page, but it's an ID. So because IDs are unique, then what you can do here in the href for that button, so all the way at the top here, in the button for contact, you see that we left the href for the anchor tag blank. But what I'm going to put here now is I'm going to put in the ID. So remember, IDs have to start with the pound sign. So you can see that for our footer section, we've got an ID that's unique called footer. So if I head back to that anchor tag where I've got the href, if I want to target that section, all I have to do is just to put in the pound sign to say that this is an ID for an href, and then put in the name of the ID, which is footer. And now if you hit save and refresh, then if I click on contact, it will scroll all the way down to the footer section where the user can contact me. So let's go ahead and put in the other ones for pricing. So pricing was called pricing. Okay, that's easy. So we're going to put in hashtag or # pricing. And then download is, of course, going to be the CTA section, call to action. So let's hit save and refresh. And now if we click on pricing, goes to pricing, download goes to download, and it's pretty cool. So this is one of the reasons why you would want to use IDs sparingly, because they can be really useful when you're trying to set up the navigation of your website. And if you take a look at GitHub and if you scroll through the documentation, you can see that each of their headings have a ID. So if I right click on this and I hit inspect, you can see that this one has an ID of product features. So you can see that this is the URL of the web page. And if you put in that #, which stands for, of course, go to this particular ID, and then you put in the name of the heading, then it navigates you straight there. So this works in the URL level as well as in the href. So that's yet another reason for why sometimes you see people use IDs across their web pages. So in the next lesson, we're going to be tidying up this mess that we've made around here in our CSS file. You might have noticed along the way that there's been a lot of code duplication. And remember that as a programmer, we're always trying to stay dry, right? Do not repeat yourself. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at why we need to refactor our code on a regular basis and what is the best way of doing that in our case. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, in its current state, our styles.css is looking a little bit atrocious. I mean, there's so much repetition here. Montserrat bold font family, Montserrat bold font family. And you might even remember how many times we wrote padding, 7%, 15%, right? We wrote it like all over the place, here and many, many more. So as I said previously, as a programmer, we're always aspiring to be dry. Do not repeat yourself. And the opposite of this is kind of our code at the moment, and it's probably like wet code. We enjoy typing. This is why we want to refactor our code on a regular basis in order to keep it performant and easy to read. Now, whenever I go on holiday, I always seem to be packing an hour before I have to leave. I think I have some medical condition where I can't pack in advance. So my suitcase always inevitably ends up looking like this, basically a mess, and I have to sort of like kneel on it to try and close it, and everything is everywhere, and it's just impossible to find anything once I actually do arrive. Now, instead, what would be a lot nicer is if I had actually learnt the skills of packing properly so that everything is neat and tidy, and myself or anybody else would be able to easily find anything they need inside this suitcase. And this is kind of the idea behind code refactoring as well, right? I mean, incidentally, I'm also the type of person who cooks and makes a huge mess in the kitchen, and then I will just sort of mentally ignore it until I eat. And then after I eat, I kind of have to confront the situation, or sometimes, maybe even go 2 meals without tidying the kitchen. But of course, the longer that you go on like this, the harder it is to continue cooking because you can't find anything and everything is everywhere. So one of the most memorable things that I remember from one of my mentors is that he once said, you should refactor your code and maintain it to keep your code in a state as if you expect the next person who's going to have to maintain your code to be an axe murderer. Basically, how much do you want to get murdered when they can't find any of the variables and they can't figure out why something's going wrong because your code is a mess and it's a load of unorganized spaghetti code? So we've spoken enough about why we need to refactor our code, but how do you actually do it? Well, there's a number of guiding principles that most people will follow when they're refactoring their code. And for me, the order of importance goes more or less like this. So I would prioritize readability as the number one priority. So make sure that your code is easy to understand for not just, yourself, but maybe say your future self. Say when you come back in a year to try and understand your code, can you quickly understand what's going on? Is everything organized in a logical way? Is everything commented so that you can easily understand what each part of the code is about? And also when somebody else comes along, or if you're working on the same project with another person, and this is a very common scenario if you're working in any sort of company or team, you're likely to be cooperating on the same piece of code. So remember, axe murderer, bad. So try to keep your code readable. Now, the next thing is modularity, and this kind of relates to how easy is it to reuse bits of your code, and how easy is it to narrow down. Say if, one particular part of your website breaks down, is your code modular enough that you would be able to narrow down on the exact section of code or code file that's responsible for the problems that's occurring? Now, at the moment, because we're only covering basically HTML and CSS, we haven't really dug into this idea of modularity. Although I've tried to impress upon you the importance of keeping your structure code inside the HTML and your style code inside the CSS, so that when you come to debugging your code, you know where to look. And this kind of division of labor is another form of modularity. But as we go on to learn more about JavaScript or Node.js backend stuff, we're going to be making our code more and more modular so that it's easier to maintain as it gets more complex and more interesting. And then we come on to the slightly less important things like efficiency. How fast does your code run? There's ways of making your code very efficient and very fast. Now, a lot of that happens at the choosing the programming language level. So, you want something fast, choose something like C, right? Something that's close to the metal. But there's also other ways of improving the efficiency of your code. But it's much, much less important than keeping your code modular and readable. So that's why it's number 3. And the last thing that a lot of people like to obsess about, but it's mostly a vanity thing, is the length of your code. You will very often hear coding bros talk about how short they've managed to make their code. And very often when you're talking to a bunch of programmers and somebody says that I built this feature and, it only has 21 lines, then somebody else is going to come along inevitably and going to be like, well, I can write that in Haskell and it'll be 10. And, yours truly, I might have also engaged in such terrible behavior, but it's kind of more like recreational. This is not good coding practice by any means. Now, if you're cutting down on the length to improve readability, then that's great. That's really, really important. Making sure that you're not repeating yourself in your code so that you keep your code really well structured and readable. That is very important, up there, number 1. But if you're purely just reducing the length of your code and actually making your code less readable, less comprehensible, then that's bad. And if you're building code for enterprise or for your company, then that's probably not what you want to do. But if you are doing it just for fun, there's actually a sport amongst programmers called code golf. Don't worry, it doesn't involve, getting changed or actually having to sweat. All it involves is trying to figure out how you can write the shortest code possible in order to achieve a certain task. And if you're interested, there's a section of Stack Exchange called codegolf.stackexchange where they've got a whole bunch of these kind of things. For example, this one is where you get to create a magic 8-ball that spits out one of these answers randomly, and you have to do that in the least number of characters of code possible. So you see stuff like people using crazy programming languages which are just like, look how short this is. And for some reason, it's able to spit out that code. But more likely, you're going to see something like this or something like this. But it's a fun place to explore once you've really understood a particular language and you really want to flex your code biceps for recreation. But for code that you're going to ship, this is not important at all. So I just want to make that really clear. Now, let's head into our code and see what we can do to refactor it and make it more readable and more modular. So the first thing I want to do is I want to structure our code so that we keep all of our HTML element selectors together. So we've got the body up here and we've got a row of red. This is just something I like to do because it's so much easier to navigate. And when you're trying to find things, it can be such a pain when you've got things dotted all over the place, especially in your CSS. So now that we've got all of these HTML elements up here, you'll realize that some of these are actually doing very specific things. For example, this section of code, even though it's targeting all of the H1s, it's actually only really applying this style specifically for this title here. So these styles should not really be applied to the H1. Instead, it should be applied more specifically to a type of heading. The kind of styles that you want to place across all of the H1s, H2s, or H3s are very, very broad. Things like, font family maybe, or a particular color if you have a color scheme. You don't want specific things like, a font size or a line height, because that's something that should really occur more specifically to a particular class. So let's go ahead and change this. Instead of targeting the H1, I'm going to add a class to the H1 and I'm going to call it big heading. So this is the biggest heading that we have, basically. And I'm going to place that class somewhere down here. And I'm going to have a section that's dedicated to headings. And this one is the big heading. So the big heading is basically going to be all of this code. So I'm going to cut it and then I'm going to paste it in here. So now what should we use the H1, H2, H3 selectors for? Well, you might notice that a lot of these elements already have the font family Montserrat bold inside them. So it's worth actually targeting all of the heading elements, so H1 through to H6, and giving it the same font family that you would want for a heading. And we can do that quite easily by simply saying H1, comma, H2, H3, H4, 5, 6. And what this does is it applies these CSS rules inside these curly brackets to all of these heading types. And it's the equivalent of basically saying H1 font family is Montserrat bold, H2 font family Montserrat bold, H3. And instead, all we need to do is just to put it inside here. And that applies that font family to all of the headings that we have. And this makes a lot of sense because if all of our headings have the default font of Montserrat bold and all of our bodies, so the rest of the text has the font family Montserrat, then it's very easy to customize the appearance of individual headings from there on out. So now we can delete all of this and this and this. So less repetition, much better structure, and more modular code. So those are the things that we are aiming for. Now, if we go ahead and hit save and refresh our website, now we're not expecting to see any changes. We're refactoring the code. We're not trying to change the style. In fact, if it does change, then we might have broken something and we have to check regularly to make sure that our refactoring is not breaking our website. So let's head back and let's look at the next thing we've got here, which is the H2. Now let's take a look at where they occur. So we've got some of these which are the testimonials, and then we've got other ones which are the section headings, and we've got another one which is the price in our pricing table. So instead of having an H2 where we add all of these styles, I would recommend to actually give each of these H2s a specific class. So in this case, this class might be called price text, and we can add the same class to all three of the price text H2s. And then we can go into our styles.css, find the pricing section, and then target the price text and change its font size to 3 rem and line height to 1.5. And let's go back over here and refresh and just make sure that we haven't broken anything. Looks exactly the same, so that's all good. And then we can head back and we look for the next place where we used an H2. So the other place are these testimonial titles. So let's go ahead and add a class here, and we'll just call it testimonial text. And I'm going to add that class to the other testimonial also, which is here. And then we're going to hit save, and we're going to go and find the testimonial section, and we're going to add the class selector, testimonial text. And we're going to say that the font size is 3 rem and the line height is 1.5. And the last place where we've got an H2 is this section heading. So I'm just going to give it the class of section heading. And this means that if we decide at a later date to give our website more sections that require section headings, then we can apply the same style by simply adding this class to whatever new section we need to create. So now let's go in here, and in the headings section, we've got up here, we've got a big heading, and we're now going to add our section heading, which is going to have a font size of 3 rem and a line height of 1.5 rem. So now we're able to delete this H2, and you might be wondering why I'm going to all this trouble of essentially, kind of going back on what I said earlier, right? We said don't repeat yourself, and that's important when you're trying to refactor your code. But at the same time, say if you're looking at your website and you realize, wait a minute, there's something a little bit wrong with, this part of the text. Well, then it's as easy as going to inspect and finding the class that we've got here, which is testimonial text, then scrolling to the right section, and we know exactly which part of our code affects the style of that section. And it's very unlikely that on your website that's the same at the H1 or H2 level. So this is what we mean about modularity. So it allows you to drill down on a specific section very, very easily and figure out what the problems are, or change the style of one particular section without affecting the rest of the website. Now, the last heading element that we've got here is an H3. And in our case, we're setting the font size to 1.5 rem. So let's check the H3s that we've got on our page. And we've got some of these H3s for our card header. And then we've got some H3s for our CTA heading, which is actually overridden with the CTA heading class over here. And we've got one more H3, which are the feature titles. So it might be a good idea to add a class here, and we call it feature title. And we can apply this class to all three of these feature titles. And now if we go into our feature section, we can target the feature title, and we can update its style to have the font size 1.5 rem. And we can now delete this rather specific H3 styling. So now all of our HTML elements are pretty much doing very, very broad stroke across the website type of styling. And there's nothing specific in here. Whenever you're trying to apply some specific styles, you probably want to ask yourself if you want to use a class. Now, in our case, I've been a little bit lazy about adding classes as we're going along with our coding, all because I wanted to save up all of this juicy goodness for our refactoring lesson. But normally what you would do is, as you go along, as you're writing the code, and as you realize opportunities for refactoring, you would do it there and then, rather than waiting for some large refactoring session that's probably always going to be procrastinated on, and it's never going to happen. All right, so the other thing that we noticed while we were scrolling through our HTML code was that if we look at the CTA heading here, it's got a class of CTA heading, but actually, if you look at it, it's basically the same as our big heading. So in this case, this kind of repetition is not really necessary, because we can simply give it the rather specific class of big heading. And you'll see that nothing changes here, because the same CSS style is specified inside the CTA heading and also inside the big heading. And this is almost like, you know how we're using Bootstrap classes, which have defined specific styles for different types of headings or buttons, and all we need to do is just to add the class. Well, we're kind of doing this for ourselves. We want our big headings to look a particular way, our section headings to look another way, and we can reuse these classes across our website. Now, the next thing that will be a bit of an eyesore that you might have noticed while you're scrolling through the website is that you see text align center. Let's just control or command find that. And you can see that there's 7 instances where we had to declare text align center all over the place. So if it's occurring this commonly, then, and it's pretty much in every single section that we've had to add text align center, then it makes sense to simply add this website wide. So we can make the entire body of our website text align center, and that way we can delete all of these other instances. But remember to keep the one inside your media query, because that's a different use case. That's for when our title goes into the mobile mode. We still want to change it to text align center. So let's hit save and refresh, and you'll see that not much has happened, which is good, apart from the fact that our title section is now text align centered and no longer text align left, which looks kind of weird. But that's no problem. It's much easier to write text align left once rather than write text align center 7 times, right? So inside our title section, we're going to set the text align to left, and now everything is good as old. The other thing that we see repeated pretty much across our CSS is this padding 7%, 15%. And if I hit find, then you can see we've actually specified it in 4 places, and we've repeated our code sort of needlessly like this. So this kind of padding is usually the container's job. But in our case, the container fluid has kind of been adapted specifically for our title section. This is the only place in our HTML where we've used container fluid so far, because we've made this style too specific for this section, whereas it's meant to be something that you should really reuse. So let's change container fluid to 7% top and bottom and 15% left and right, and then let's put some container fluids around all of the areas where we had this particular padding style specified. So the first one is inside features. So let's scroll to the features section, and let's add a div that is a container fluid, and move the closing div down to the bottom. All right. And then let's go on to the next one. Next one is the carousel item. So let's find the carousel. It should be inside the testimonial section. So here's our carousel item. And instead of applying the style of 7% top and bottom, 15% left and right to the carousel item, all we need to do is just to add container fluid to the list of classes for this div. And we're going to do it over here as well, so that both carousel item divs also have this container fluid. Make sure that you don't have any typos like I just did just there. So let's go to the next place where we've got our padding 7 and 15. So that's the CTA and the footer. And I think that's the last of it. So let's go to our CTA section and add a div that is going to be container fluid. And the same in our footer. And I'm just going to beautify our code so that it's a little bit easier to see. So now that we've narrowed down all of our padding 7 and 15%, so all the places where this occurs, then it's a good time to delete it because we no longer need it. It's now covered by the container fluid. And in fact, if you do keep it, you end up with 2 sets of paddings, which is not what you want. So now there's just one found, and that's for the container fluid. So that's perfect. So now if we hit save and refresh, our website still looks okay. Now, the only one that doesn't look the same is our title. Because the container fluid has 7% top and bottom padding, then it pushes down our nav bar by quite a bit at the top, which is not what we want. So how can we change this? Well, let's inspect using our Chrome developer tools, and you can see that we've got this container fluid here that has all of that padding at the top, 100 at the top, 100 at the bottom, which is roughly the 7%. So all we need to do is to change this to a value that's a lot lower. So let's say, I don't know, say 3%. Right? And we restore it to the previous look. So how can we implement this in our code? Well, one way of doing it would be, let's say that we decided, oh, you know what? I'm going to abandon this class container fluid. I'm going to give it a custom class like title container or something else like that. But remember, container fluid is actually a Bootstrap class, which is quite helpful when we're keeping our website responsive and all of that. So we do want to keep it, and we don't want to just, give up and give it a custom class. So how else can we do this? Well, what if we change the padding for title? What if we targeted this specific ID instead of the container fluid? Well, that doesn't really work. Let me show you why. So at the moment, we've got the container fluid selected, but now I'm going to select the title section. And if I change the padding up here to 3%, you'll see that it'll actually add more padding on top of the padding that we've got for the container. So now the container fluid has some padding and the title section has some padding. So that doesn't work either. We're not overriding this by adding a padding to another HTML element. So what can we do? Well, we can combine some selectors in order to say that, all right, so the general container fluid should have this padding, but in the title section, so let's make sure that we actually have a title section that's commented out. And let's move our container fluid up here because it's no longer just belonging in the title section, right? And we'll call this containers. And I'm going to move the title section to below the navigation bar, say around here, so that it's together with the title image and the download buttons. All right, so instead of adding the padding to our title section, what we're going to do is that we're going to select the container fluid, but we're going to say that we only want to change the style of the container fluid, and we're going to set it to have a different padding of, say, 3% at the top, 15% left and right, and 7% at the bottom. But this is going to apply this padding to all of the container fluids, and that will conflict with our previous container fluid selector. But what we can do is we can say that for the container fluid class that is contained inside the title section, then apply this specific padding. And because this rule is more specific than the one that only targets the container fluid class, then this will override the previous one. So now let's hit save. And if you refresh, then you can see that we've gotten back our previous layout for our top container fluid. And if you inspect and you click on the container fluid in this top section, you can see that the previous padding was overridden by the more specific one that we created just now. And I'm just going to pause here for a moment because I want to explain to you how you would combine selectors in CSS. So to learn about that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so as promised, we're going to talk about how you can pick and mix your CSS selectors. So one of my favorite childhood pastimes, picking and mixing sweets, until the dentist told me to stop, otherwise he's going to pull out all my teeth. So dental horrors aside, let's talk about how you can combine different CSS selectors in order to apply styles more specifically. Now, the first type is the easiest to understand, and we've seen this when we combined all of our different heading types, H1 through to H6, and applied the font family Montserrat bold to all of these HTML elements on our web page. So the idea here is that you write one selector, you add a comma and then a space and then the next selector. So the space in this case is actually optional, but it's quite nice to space it out just so that you can see it more clearly. But later on, as we'll see, in other cases, the spacing is really important. But when you're combining multiple selectors, it's not a big deal. So selector 1, comma, space, selector 2. That's a good style to follow. Now, the way that it works is, say that we have an H1 and a paragraph, and we want to apply the same color to the text in both cases. Then we can either write out, this long-winded approach of H1, color red, P, color red, or we can simply combine it by writing H1, comma, space, P. And in this case, we're applying the color red to both of these elements. And this is just a way of shortening your code and grouping similar things together. You're going to see this most commonly at the HTML element level, and it's mostly for things like H1 through to H6, but this is very, very simple. Now, it gets a little bit more complicated when we start talking about hierarchical selectors. And that's because in order to use this properly, we have to understand how the HTML is structured. So in our case, we wrote this code that targeted the container fluid class that is inside something that has the ID of title, and we gave it a different padding. The syntax here looks like this. So you have selector 1, then you have a space, then you have selector 2. And this is what I was talking about earlier on. Spacing in this case is crucial. You should have one space, and the order is that the first selector is from the parent and the second selector is from the child. So let's take a look at this in more detail so that we can really get to grips with it. So in this case, I've got a div that has a class of container fluid, and I also have an H1 that has the ID of title. So if we had some code that was written like this, then this is a hierarchical combination of selectors. So you would read this from right to left, and so does the browser. So it's going to look for all of the H1s that are contained inside a div. So in this case, it would work and it would change the text color to red because our H1 is indeed contained inside a div. But you might realize that this is very, very broad. All of your H1 that are inside a div is going to be colored red. So you might want to make it a little bit more specific. Say in this case, we're saying that the element that has an ID of title that is contained inside a parent with the class container-fluid should have the text color of red. Now, this is a lot more specific because firstly, you're only going to have one ID that is going to be title on your whole page. And by using the class of the parent, you're also getting very, very specific. Now, in this case, this is actually kind of redundant code because if you wanted to apply this style to an element with an ID of title, as we said before, IDs have to be unique across the page, so there can only be one thing with the ID that is title. So you would never write this code, you would simply just target the ID title, right? But this is probably the most legitimate code that you will see. So in this case, we're saying that all the H1s on the web page, that is the child of an element with the class container fluid, should be colored red. And this is a very specific way of applying styles to a particular element inside your web page. And this allows you to really drill down your CSS because you're not applying your styles to all the H1, but instead you're saying that only the H1s that are inside a parent that has the class container fluid should have this style. Now, it's really important to remember that you should read the hierarchy from the right to the left. So in this case, it's the element that has a class of title that is inside a parent that is a div. That should have the color red. The one on the right is the child, the one on the left is the parent. And this syntax will only work in a parent-child situation. You can't have, for example, a div that has the class of title and you're trying to use this syntax. It just simply won't work. Something has to be contained in something else. Something has to be a child of something else for this type of hierarchical syntax to work. Now, the last type of combination that I'm going to talk about are when you simply combine selectors. And in this case, that space is gone. There is no space between your two selectors that you're combining. And you can see something like this. So an HTML element combined with a class, or it could be an HTML element combined with a ID. It doesn't really matter, but they have to all occur in the same element. So in this case, if I try to change the color of the hello world and I wanted to combine my selectors, I would say something like the H1 that has an ID of title should have the color red. And this is how you should read this syntax. When there is no space, you're reading from left to right. When there is space, then it's hierarchical and you're reading from right to left. So it's a little bit confusing, but you'll get used to it once you start applying it and using it yourself. So it doesn't matter if it's an ID or if it's a class that's being combined with an HTML element. That doesn't matter at all. And as long as there is no space between your two selectors, it will work just fine. So in this case, we're saying that the div that has a class of container fluid should have the text color of red being applied to all of its contents. But this doesn't work. If you're saying that the div with an ID of title should have the text color red, this is not valid code because currently on screen we don't have a single div that has the ID of title. We only have a div that has a child with the ID of title, and this doesn't work. You're going to have to use a hierarchical selector if you want to do something like this. So at this point, a lot of students will ask, well, what exactly is the difference between the one where you have a space between your two selectors and the one where there is no space? So I've got this bit of HTML here that I've pre-written to save you the boredom of having to watch me type. But essentially, we've got a div that has a class of container, and it contains an H1 that has the class of title, and it says hello world. Then we have another div that has the class of container fluid, and it has an H1 with the class title as well. Now, I've removed all traces of Bootstrap from this code play because it's not important. I want to show you that what we're doing here, this is just pure CSS. It's not related to the Bootstrap classes or the framework at all. This is just CSS knowledge that we're learning here. So what if I wanted to apply some CSS styles in order to color the hello world in red? What would I need to do? Well, unless I was willing to change the HTML, there is no way of applying a style selectively to this hello world and not the goodbye world without combining our selectors. Because, for example, if I said, let's target the H1s and change the text color to red, then it's going to change both of the H1s. And this is the same if I try to use their class, which is title as well, right? So I would need to combine my selectors. And in this case, the difference between these two titles is just that they're contained in different divs, or divs with different classes rather. So I can use that fact to structure my CSS code. So I can say, for example, the text that has a class of title that's inside an element that has the class container should have this color red applied to it. So remember, we're reading always from right to left. So we're saying that an element with a class called title that's inside an element with a class called container should have this style applied. So let's hit run. And you can see that we've managed to isolate the hello world from the goodbye world simply by using hierarchical selectors. Now, if I delete that space there, this code will no longer work, because what this now reads is look for an element inside the HTML that has a class of container, but also a class of title. So essentially what you're saying here is you're saying that it is an H1 that has two classes and it looks like this. So that is what this code is saying. When you're combining code together with no spaces, all of these selectors have to be within the same HTML element. So you could say an H1 that has a class of container and also a class of title should have this style. And when I run the code, you can see this still works exactly the same. But this has no parent or child relationship at all. And you would be targeting two classes in the same element. But when you do combine selectors like this, it doesn't really matter if you're combining classes with IDs or IDs with HTML elements. So let's give this an ID. Let's call this heading. And let's change our class back to title and hit run. And now I'm able to change the H1 by saying H1 # heading. This will target an H1 that has an ID of heading, and that is of course our hello world. I can also say H1.title, but this now targets all the H1s that have a class of title, and that is both hello and goodbye. So I hope that illustrates a common confusion point, which is space versus no space, and what is the difference between a hierarchical and a simple combo. So this takes a little bit of time to really sink in, and I really urge you to build your own code playground and mess with your code to try and target specific things without having to add in more custom classes into your HTML. So try to use combinations instead of adding new classes that you can target. So have a play around with that, and in the next lesson we're going to get back to refactoring our code so that we can finish off our website. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. All right, so in the last lesson, we looked at what this syntax means, and we learned all about how to combine selectors in CSS code. Now, if you haven't taken a look at that, then I strongly recommend you do, because it's really, really useful so that you can understand what exactly is going on over here. But now we're going to continue to refactor our code. So the next thing I want to do relates to the fact that we've got certain sections on our website that have a colored background where the text is white, and then we have other sections where the background is white and the text is black. So this is a repeated pattern across our website. So I want to capture that and refactor our code to make it a little bit more modular and reusable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look through my code and give each of these sections a class based on whether if it's a colored section or if it is a white section. So the first title section is a colored section. The second section, features section, is a white section. And then testimonials was colored, I think. And then press was also a colored section. And then pricing was a white section. And finally, the CTA was a colored section. And the footer was a white section. All right, so now all of our sections have a class depending on whether if they should be white or if they should be colored. And if I hit save, I can now go and create some of these sections up top. So just below containers, I'm going to add another comment that's called sections. And I'm going to add our classes here, the colored section and the white section. All right, so now if we take a look at our code, you can see that for the colored sections, we tend to add a background color of that bright red pinkish color, and then we give the text a white color. Now for the white sections, we tend to just give it a background color of white, and maybe later on we decide that we want to add other changes to our different sections, but at the moment that's basically all that each section has. So let's put that in here. So I'm going to remove these two bits of code and I'm going to put it inside the colored section, and then the white section is simply going to have a background color of white. And now I can go through my code and remove some of the repeated declarations. So in the case of the testimonial section, even though it's a colored section because it has white text and it has a background color, and we've already given it a class of colored section, it is slightly different from the other colored sections because it has this kind of peachy color rather than this bright pinkish red. So what we can do here is we can delete the part that's repeated, which is the white text, because it's already in inside a section that has a class of colored section, which has that text color that's applied. But we can override the background color by applying a style to our ID. And it's important to remember that there is a hierarchy between different types of selectors, as we mentioned before. So IDs are the most specific, and their styles get applied preferentially over everything else. Then next comes classes. And finally comes these HTML elements. So if I right click and inspect to go into the Chrome developer tools, and I select our section here, which has an HTML element of section, class of colored section, and an ID of testimonials, you can see that even though colored section is applying the background color of that bright pinkish color, and ID testimonials is applying this more peachy color, you can see that this one gets overridden and it's shown as being crossed out in the Chrome developer tools. So if we didn't have this style that's applied in the ID, which as we said is more specific, has higher ranking, then it would default to the colored section background color. But because we do, then this one is going to override the other color. And it's pretty much the same thing inside the press section as well. All right, so the last one that we have is the CTA section, which we can now basically delete because the section already has a class of colored section, so we don't need to write out that code again. So let's hit save and refresh our website, and hopefully absolutely nothing has changed. So we're doing a good job with our refactoring. Now, another thing that you might have noticed up here is that because we're targeting the container that's inside the title section, we don't actually need this extra title ID. We can actually just combine these two into the same selector, and we can delete that specific title ID selector. So here I've got a code play again with no frameworks here, so pure CSS, and we've got a H1 that has an ID of heading as well as a class of title, and it just says hello world. Now over here, there's many ways that I can change its style, right? So I can say, for example, H1 color red. And if I hit run, then of course it will turn red. But if you accidentally try to change the same property twice, say for example, if I said now color is green, then the last CSS rule change will be the one that will be carried out. So if I hit run, this is now going to be green instead of red. So basically the process is changes it red and then it changes it green. It's reading the code from top to bottom. It's not very clever here. So in this case, the last CSS rule has priority over everything above it. Now, as we said before, I can either use the H1, which is an HTML element selector, to change the color, or I can use the class, which is title, to change the color. So let's change it to yellow. Now, a class is more specific than an HTML element. So think about it. On your web page, you're probably going to have more HTML elements than classes. So for example, if you had a whole bunch of paragraphs, they're probably all going to have different classes. So it makes sense to make the class selectors have higher priority because they are more specific. So if I hit run now, you'll see that the hello world is now yellow instead of red because this has higher priority. Now, finally, if I decided to change the color by using the ID, so let's target that ID heading and change the color to blue, and I hit run, you'll see that this has the highest priority of all. And our hello world will display in blue rather than any other color. And if we take a look at the Chrome developer tools over here, you can see that all our colors are being applied, but they're just being overridden by something with a higher priority. So that means that if this color change wasn't applied in the ID, so if we deleted this line of code, then it would go to the next highest priority CSS rule, which is the class, and finally it would go to the H1. So knowing what we know about how specific CSS rules are, for example, we know that inline styles are more specific than, say, internal or external CSS styles. So if we change the color here to, I'm running out of colors here, orange, and we hit run, you can see that this is even higher priority than the IDs, and that is overriding all of our external style sheet. So it can get pretty confusing very quickly. And also, if you're writing a lot of CSS code, very often you're going to get into the situation where you start writing conflicting rules like this bunch we've got over here. So this ends up being a lot of code that's applied to the same thing, well, applied 3 times basically, and the last one standing gets carried through in the end. But this is very inefficient, and it's also very, very bug prone. So how can you prevent creating conflicting rules? Well, the first thing to remember is use IDs very, very sparingly. Don't try and use it when you can use a class. So for example, in our case, we've really only got IDs for our sections. And in part, that's because it helps us with our navigation. So just because you only have one of something isn't good enough to give it an ID instead of a class. So for example, if I wanted to change the style of our copyright text, then even though we're only going to have one copyright text on our page, it's not a good enough reason to use an ID rather than using a class. A class is perfectly good enough in this case. So use IDs really, really sparingly. And I tend to recommend to only use it really for those sections and parts of your code that definitely need an ID. For example, if you're working with Bootstrap carousels or Bootstrap elements, then they do need an ID to target from the href. They need that navigational ability of the ID, and that is a case where you might consider using it. But always first consider using class instead of going straight to an ID, even if it only appears once. The other thing to remember is that when you're applying classes to your elements, to only use one class. I know that it seems a little bit weird because we're using Bootstrap, and Bootstrap loves its multiple classes, which irks a lot of people. But in terms of the CSS classes that you're applying yourself, for example, in this case, the H1 has a class of big heading, and it wasn't something like big and heading and I don't know, white, right? Where we have different styles for each of these classes, and together they make up the big heading. This is really bad practice because it's very, very easy to get into conflict that way. So try to keep it specific and try to apply only a single custom class to each of your elements. And the other thing is avoid inline styles at all costs. This is really, really bad CSS coding practice. There are no cases where your inline style cannot be solved by using the external style sheet. So this is just pure laziness, and it's really, really bad practice. So don't do that. So those are just a few bits of good practice to incorporate into your workflow so that you avoid conflicts and you have less problems debugging your code later on. All right, so our code is now a lot more modular, much more readable because we've implemented a better structure. So for example, our HTML, our broad stroke, web page wide styles are up here. And then we've got our headings, classes, our sections classes, our navigation bar classes, our buttons, title section, features, and it's now a lot easier, say if something goes wrong in our code, to try and figure out the part of the code that's causing the problem. So you could further refactor this, although there really is a sweet spot before you start, getting rid of all your code and trying to mush it all together into a single giant class, which doesn't really work either. So just because something repeats itself isn't itself a good enough reason for you to try and get rid of it. So even though we have, for example, the price text that has a font size of 3 rem and line height of 1.5, and also the testimonial text also has the same dimensions, it's not necessarily a good enough reason to simply bunch them together into a single class, because even though, in our case, we've kind of kept them the same, in reality, it's probably not likely that you're going to have exactly the same styles applied to many bits of your web page that are not really related, right? The testimonial text and the pricing text, it's just pure coincidence, or rather partly laziness on my part, to keep them styled exactly the same. In reality, it's probably not going to be. So our website is now complete. Now, of course, the hrefs for these buttons, etc., and your social icons are not working at all because we don't really have anywhere to point people to. But if you did have a website, then you can already see how you now have the skills and the tools and the know-how to build a fantastic looking website yourself using Bootstrap and CSS and HTML. So I hope you had fun with me in this module, and in the next module we've got even more exciting things yet to come for you because we're going to learn about JavaScript. So not only are we going to have style, but we're also going to have functionality. And this is really where the real fun starts, because we can start making our website do things by using some real code and not just HTML and CSS. So I'm really excited to see you on the next module, and I hope you will be too. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next module.